Everyone, quickly tell me a morning. People who have joined in, quickly tell me a morning. We'll start the class, everyone. Chalo, due to work I can't do. Today I will do. Today I will do. Okay, very good. Chalo, let's go ahead, everyone. Is everyone ready? Is everyone ready? Can we go ahead? Good morning, good morning. Good morning, everyone. Chalo, let's start. Let's start, everyone. Please settle down. Let's start the class. ठीक है? Let's go ahead and start, everyone. Let's go ahead and start. Yes. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning. Chalo. Let's go ahead and now start with the next chapter, everyone. The next chapter is time of supply ka chapter. Everyone, please come to your chapter of time of supply, everyone. Please come to time of supply. Let's do time of supply, everyone. Let's do time of supply. Time of supply as a chapter from exam point of view is a B graded chapter. It's a B graded chapter which is there. Okay? From exam point of view, B graded. But I believe one small question of 3 to 4 marks they should go ahead and ask. Let's go ahead and quickly revise the chapter of time of supply. See, time of supply as a chapter, I will request all of you that when you are going ahead and doing it at home, please practice question answers. It is very important that for this chapter you practice the question answers. If you don't practice question answer, you will not be able to do in the exam. So you have to practice question answers after we are done with the revision of time of supply. Let's go ahead and get it started with time of supply. Everyone over here now. We started learning GST with everyone ready. Everyone, let's do it. Let's do it. Chalo. We started learning GST with goods or service. Goods or service has to be supplied. Supply can be either interstate supply or supply can be either intrastate supply. Interstate supply, GST will be levied. Intrastate, sir, GST will be levied. Once GST gets levied, sir, GST should be collected and paid by a taxable person. How will he collect? How will he pay? He will have to go ahead and calculate GST, and GST is equal to value of supply into rate of tax. Once you know the value, you multiply it by the rate of tax, you will have to go ahead and collect the GST. To collect the GST, you will give the front person a tax invoice, debit note to ask him more, credit note to return some money, and whenever you don't issue any document, if you want to send the goods, etc., you can use a delivery challan. Done, sir. Now, once you have gone ahead and raised the tax invoice, your accounts and records you should go ahead and maintain. Means all these accounts may you should maintain your tax invoice, accounts and records may tax invoice, debit note, credit note, all you should maintain, and you will send the goods to the other person with the help of a e-way bill. We are already done with here in the previous revision, right, everyone? In the previous marathon, we have already done till here. Now, the next step comes over here that, sir, once you have gone ahead, see, you went ahead and supplied the goods, GST got imposed, GST has to be collected, you calculated, you gave the invoice also, you maintained your accounts also, you sent the goods also. Government is telling, Ramesh, what are you waiting for now? Now your liability, when do you become liable? Government is telling, now your liability to pay GST to the government has come, and liability to pay comes on the time of supply. When your time is bad, basically government has gone ahead and told this will be the day when your liability will get fixed. Means if it's supposedly a month of January ka liability, then January ka liability you have to pay by 20th of February. So whichever month ka liability it is, that liability gets fixed on the date of time of supply. Time of supply as a chapter, we will be going ahead and learning section number 12. We will be learning section number 13. Let's do time of supply, everyone. Time of supply. Everyone over here. Section number 12, time of supply in case of goods. In case of goods, what will be the time of supply? That is told by section number 12. And in case of section number 13, we'll talk about time of supply in case of service. Section number 12 has section number 12 1 2 3 4 5 6. Section number 13 in the same way has section number 13 1 2 3 4 5 6. Section number 13 12 1 goes ahead and says, in case of goods, the liability to pay tax on the goods, the tax on the goods shall arise at the time of supply. Whichever is the time of supply, that day your liability will arise. Okay, sir. Then they went ahead and told section number 12(2) में, if it is forward charge mechanism, if it is forward charge mechanism, mind it everyone, when we are revising time of supply today, you have to do question answers on time of supply. If you don't do question answers, the revision is incomplete. You have to do question answers at home. Done, sir. Section number 12(2) goes ahead and talks about forward charge mechanism. So, sir, I have gone ahead and supplied some goods. On these goods, when do I become liable? When do I become liable to pay? So, sir, from supplier's point of view, basically, if I am gone ahead and supplied some goods, I have to collect the tax and pay it to the government. When do I become liable to pay? So, it says over here, the day you have issued the invoice, or the last day to issue the invoice. Sir, the day I have gone ahead and issued the invoice, for example, for some goods, I have gone ahead and issued the invoice on 1st of January. ठीक है, the last day to issue the invoice. Sir, what is last day to issue the invoice? When you remove, on or before removal. Tax invoice chapter. Yes, tax invoice chapter tells you this. We have gone ahead and already remembered. Sir, when I remove the goods, in case goods involve movement, no movement, then when I deliver or make it available, or if it is continuous supply of goods, when I give statement, I should go ahead and give the invoice, or whenever I receive the payment, I should go ahead and give the invoice. So, for an example, you went ahead and actually removed the goods on 25th of December only. Then, Baba, you should have gone ahead and made the tax invoice on 25th December, but you made on 1st of January. So, here they are going ahead and telling you have to go ahead and see whichever is earlier, whichever is earlier. Again, the date of receipt of payment. What do you mean by date of receipt of payment? Book entry or credit, whichever is earlier. Book entry means whenever you make a pass a book entry, or whenever the money comes in your bank account, whichever is earlier. Now, all this. So, for an example, now here whatever dates comes, and then you have to go ahead and take whichever is earlier. But then they went ahead and issued one notification and told government notified supplier of goods other than registered person supplying specified actionable claim. Whoever is supplying specified actionable claim other than that. Specified actionable claim like, can you tell me everyone what are specified actionable claim? Sir, betting, lottery, gambling, horse racing, all these are specified actionable claims. As the class of person means all other people other than specified actionable claim wala people, as class of person who shall pay GST at the time of supply as per section number 12(2)(a). You have to go ahead and pay the GST as per section number 12(2)(a), means B point will not be applicable. What do you mean by this, sir? So, if you are a supplier of goods, in goods you can be supplying specified actionable claim. Yes, sir, we know actionable claim, lottery, betting, gambling, etc. In that scenario, section number 12(2)(a) and B both are applicable. Means you have to see date of invoice or last date to issue invoice, or you can see date of receipt of payment, whichever is earlier, you have to go ahead and pay the GST. But if you are going ahead and supplying any other goods other than actionable claim, then remember this point is not applicable to you. You will have to go ahead and take only date of invoice or last date to issue invoice, whichever is earlier may, you have to go ahead and pay the, you will become liable. That will be the liability date. I hope this point is clear. From exam point of view, good point everyone. Please remember, if they go ahead and give you actionable claim, then you have to go ahead and take all the 3 days, DOI, LDOI or date of receipt of payment. Any other goods ka case mein, date of receipt of payment is not to be considered. Date of invoice or last date to issue invoice. Done, sir. This point is clear. The next one over here, reverse charge mechanism. So, sir, reverse charge mechanism, which goods pay it is applicable, that is not applicable for your exam. That for intermediate exam, right, sir? But, sir, you tell me one thing. One metal scrap I told you. Yes, sir, if your supplier is unregistered, recipient is registered. Okay, leave metal scrap. Any goods on which GST is payable under RCM, supplier has gone ahead and supplied and recipient has to pay GST under RCM. So, on which goods RCM is applicable, that is not applicable for CA intermediate exam, right? But if you have to pay GST under RCM, when will you become liable to pay? So, they are going ahead and telling the day you have received the goods. So, sir, supplier has supplied me the goods. The day I have received the goods, that day. For an example, over here, 1st January, I have received the goods. Okay? The day I made the payment. When you make the payment, it is book entry or debit in your bank account, whichever is earlier. Okay, sir. For an example, I made the payment on 10th of January. And then they are telling date immediately following. 30 days from the date of invoice or other document given by the supplier. So, supplier would have gone ahead and given you a document. If supplier is registered, he will give you a tax invoice in case of RCM. Sir, if supplier is unregistered, he will go ahead and give me commercial invoice or bill, and I myself will go ahead and make my self invoice. So, what is the document given by the supplier? If supplier is registered person, he will give you a tax invoice. If supplier is unregistered, you he will go ahead and give you a commercial bill because he's unregistered. He can't give you a GST invoice. He will just give you a commercial bill. So here they have gone ahead and told from the supplier's invoice you have to take 31st day, 30 day date immediately following 30 days, date immediately following everyone 30 days. Okay, so I will go ahead and ask you one question, everyone. Supposingly the supplier had gone ahead and given me one invoice on 25th of December. Can you tell me 31 days from this invoice? Supplier had gone ahead and given me an invoice on 25th of December. 25th of December, say, can you go ahead and tell me when does that date following 30 days? It means the 31st day. When will it come? Can you guys tell me, everyone, quickly? Please tell me the 31st day, everyone. Chalo, quickly everyone, I'm waiting for you guys to comment and tell me when does the 31st day come? When does the 31st day come? Sir, here if you go ahead and see December, it is 31 days, 31 days at 25 days gone, 6 days in December, January, 6 days, plus January you take 24, so 24 plus 6 will become 30, and they are going and telling date immediately following means the next day. So 24th will, this will become 30 days plus one more day. So sir, it will be 25th of January. How many of you got 25th January? 25th January, Baba, 25th January, how many of you got? Yes, sir. Very good. People who have understood 25th January. Remember one thing. See, here 31 days in December, right? Out of 31, 25 days gone. 25 days gone. 6 days in January. Plus, you need how many more days? 25 more days to make it 31. So, 25th of January. Please be very careful how you do this in the exam. Done, sir. This point is clear. Chalo, take it. Now, everyone over here, whichever is earlier, you always have to go ahead and take in case of RCM, the date of receipt of goods, the date of receipt of goods, the day you receive the goods, you have to make the payment under RCM, or the date of payment, the day you made the payment, or 31st day from the date of invoice which was given by the supplier, whichever is earlier. Done, sir, in this case. Now, sir, date of receipt of goods, I have not yet received the goods, I have not yet made the payment. Sir, 31st day from the date of invoice by the supplier has gone ahead and supplied me, he did not give invoice only, all the 3 dates are not available. So they have gone ahead and told, if all the 3 dates are not available, you would have gone ahead and made at least a book entry saying, sir, for an example, in BD leaves, what happens? No, you have to pay GST under RCM. So you would have made one entry, no, saying BD leaves purchase account debit to the agriculture payable country would have passed, at least one entry would have passed. So they are telling if clause A, B, C, all the 3 are not available, if this and this, all the dates are not available, then you do one thing, then you take the time of supply will be the day you pass a book entry saying purchase account debit, BD leaves pay RCM is applicable, purchase of BD leaves purchase account debit to the agriculturist. You would have passed one payable country, that day will be your bad day, that will be your liability date. Done, sir. This point is clear. People, section number 12.2 and 12.3 is important. Please be very careful. The next is voucher over here. So if I have gone ahead and issued a voucher, if I go ahead and issue a voucher, then remember one thing. In case of voucher, is the supply identifiable? What do you mean by supply identifiable? It means, do I know at the time of issuing the voucher, do I know what is the supply going to be? Do I know what am I going to supply? So if I am supposingly over here Reliance, I have gone ahead and Reliance footprint, I have issued one voucher where the person can come and he can buy shoes, chappal, etc. I know the shoes, chappal pay rate of GST is 18%. So when I issue the voucher, if the supply is identifiable, yes, then the day of I issue the voucher, that day is the liability date. Okay? But if I don't know what is the person going to buy, I am shopper stop, I went ahead and issued a voucher where the person can come and buy anything. So, Papa, people, when I issue the voucher, do I know what is the person going to buy? I don't know. So, I don't know what is the rate of GST payable. So, in this scenario, I'll have to wait for the person to actually come and redeem. Then the person comes and redeem. That day will be my liability date. So, for an example, that person redeemed it for glasses and glasses pay rate is 28%. Then, Baba, in that scenario, I will be liable to pay on the voucher 28%. So, it says if you don't know what is the supply at the time of issuing the voucher, then the redemption date becomes the time of supply. Redemption date. Done, sir? Residuary case, sir, I am not falling under this also, I am not falling under this also, I am not falling under this also. Then remember, residuary case may where 12.2, 12.3 and 12.4 are not applicable. Raised if you are registered person, sir, I am not falling here also, I am not falling here also, I am not falling here also, but still I am liable to pay some tax. Then Baba, remember, if you are registered person, so sir, what is my due, what is my liability date? When do I become liable? So they are telling your liability date will be your return filing ka date. The due date of your return will be your liability date. ठीक है sir. If residuary case में they are going and telling if you are unregistered person, unregistered, you are not registered only, you are unregistered, then the day you make the payment, that day is your bad day. For an example, I'll tell you, unregistered person, I went in and collected some tax, but I'm not registered only. I told, who will pay? Baba, government caught you in an investigation and government told, hey, shameless fellow, you collected tax, you did not pay it to the government, you did not take GST registration only, we'll put you in jail. You told them, no, I will pay. The day you pay, that day is your bad day, that is your liability date. Done, sir. This point is clear. Section number 12.6 talks about IPL, interest, penalty and late fee. Interest, penalty and late fee. For an example, I went in and supplied goods in the month of January. In the month of March, when the person was making the payment, I told you delayed the payment by 2 months. I want interest. So for this interest, I will go ahead and give him a debit note and collect the GST. Remember, for the invoice ka due dates, invoice ke liye you know already the day of issuing the invoice, etc. Yes, but for the interest, penalty and late fee, when you actually receive it, that day is the liability date. If you don't receive, forget it, no GST payable, but otherwise the day you receive, that day is the liability date. Date of receipt of interest, penalty and late fee. Are we all 100% clear with section number 12? Can we go ahead, everyone? Is everyone there with me? Are we all clear with section number 12 over here? Yes, sir. Section number 12 is clear. Let's go ahead and now move to section number 13, everyone. Let's go ahead and now move to section number 13. Everyone over here now. Section number 13, the same way. Section number 13 has 13.1, 13.2, 13.3, 13.4, 13.5 and section number 13.6. Section number 13.1 goes ahead and says liability to pay. When do I become liable to pay? In case of services, I will become liable to pay on the time of supply. Same thing, I become liable to pay GST on the time of supply. And here, the time of supply you have to go ahead and determine by section number 13.2. 13.2 says forward charge mechanism. When does a person become? So I am a supplier of service. I give you a service. When do I become liable to pay the GST on the service? So government goes ahead and says service ka case you have to remember, have you gone ahead and raise the invoice on time? So for an example, I am a chartered accountant. I am a chartered accountant once I signed the balance sheet. So for an example, I signed a balance sheet on 30th of September. Now if I go ahead and file a balance sheet on 30th of September, they are going ahead and telling the last day to raise the invoice is 30 days. So for an example, 30th of October is the last day to raise the invoice. Baba, generally in case of services, you should raise the invoice within 30 days. I hope you guys remember tax invoice chapter. So I went ahead and raised the invoice on 25th of October. Invoice I raised. Is the invoice on time? Yes, sir. Invoice is on time. Supposingly I received the payment over here. So invoice or payment, whichever is earlier. That's all they have gone in and told. Sir, supposingly I received the payment earlier only. Baba, then invoice or payment, whichever is earlier. I received payment here only. Invoice or payment, whichever is earlier. Done, sir. This point is clear. Now I want to go ahead and ask you. For an example, I delayed the invoice. I did not go ahead and raise the invoice over here. I raised the invoice over here. I raised the invoice after the time. Means I raise the invoice after the 30 days gets over. Then Baba, remember one thing. If you raise the invoice after the 30 days gets over, government will say this invoice is bakwas. You did not raise the invoice on time. And hence will take the day you provided the service, the date of provisioning, that is the day you completed the service, or the date of receipt of payment, whichever is earlier. If you raise the invoice on time, invoice or payment, whichever is earlier. If you don't raise the invoice on time, date of providing the service, provisioning, the day your service was completed, or the payment, whichever is earlier. Everyone listen to me very carefully. Is the invoice on time? Sir, what is the time limit to raise the invoice? Generally, it is on or before 30 days, 45 days. Can you tell me 45 days for whom, everyone? Do you guys remember 45 days for whom? Kids are going to tell me when was 45 days? For whom was 45 days, everyone? Sir, NBFI, it was 45 days. NBFC, banking company, financial institution, and insurance company. Yes, Baba, it was 45 days for NBFI, NBFC, banking company, financial institution, and insurance company. Yes, sir, we remember. Now, the next one over here is generally it is on or before 30 days or 45 days that you should go ahead and raise the invoice. Sir, if it is continuous supply of service ka case, do you remember everyone? Continuous supply of service we had gone ahead and learned over here. The same thing I have gone ahead and told, which we had learned in the tax invoice chapter. I am telling over here where I have gone ahead and told, if it is continuous supply of service, you should generally raise the invoice if the due date of payment are ascertainable. So for an example, I am doing the contract for you and I am doing a construction for you. Due dates are ascertainable. On or before due date, I should go ahead and raise the invoice. If due date are not ascertainable, on or before you make the payment, I should go ahead and raise the invoice. If payment is linked to completion of an event, I told this event completed, then you will make the payment to me, then I will go ahead. You told this event completed, I am making one building for you, ground floor completed, you told you will make 10 lakh rupees ka payment to me. So I should go ahead and raise the invoice on or before I complete the events which are there. Right, sir? This point is clear. Now here you have to remember, always, if you have raised the invoice on time, date of invoice or the day you received the payment, whichever is earlier. No, I have not raised the invoice on time, then gone, baba, gone. The day you provided the service or the day you received the payment, the day you provided the service or the day you received the payment, whichever is earlier. Invoice on time, invoice or payment. Invoice not on time, date of providing the service or payment, whichever is earlier. Done, sir? This point is clear. Small advances, if you have gone and received any small advance up to 1000 rupees, then they are going ahead and telling you don't have to pay GST. On small advances, always remember one thing, they are going ahead and telling over here, the time of supply will be the date of invoice. Small advance pay, the day you receive the advance, you are not required to pay any GST, which is there. That's all they are going ahead and telling over here. The next is 13.3 over here, RCM. So before I go and talk about RCM, tell me one thing, section number 13.2 went ahead and told about what? Section number 13.2 went ahead and told, section number 13.2 went ahead and told about that, sir, if you are a supplier of service, when do you become liable? The day I go ahead and provide the service, if I raise the invoice within time, if I raise the invoice within time, invoice or payment, whichever is earlier. If I don't raise the invoice on time, it is day of providing the service or payment, whichever is earlier. Now here one point is there which I want to tell you. For an example, I am a supplier. I went ahead and gave a service. In my books of account, I did not raise the invoice also. Payment, I took it in cash. I did not make an entry only. Date of providing of service, it is not clear from my books of account. When did I provide the service? I am giving cleaning services to people. How will a government come to know when did I give the service? And date of receipt of payment. Sir, payment date. I have received the payment in cash. All the dates are not available. If all the dates are not available, 13.2C goes ahead and says, so for an example, I went ahead and gave services to one apartment association and late apartment association went ahead and paid me in cash. But they made a book entry, cleaning expenses to cash, being cash paid to Ramesh Soni for cleaning. Now in this scenario, they made a book entry, but in my books of account, I did not raise the invoice. I did not make any entry, nothing. How will government come to know when did the supplier go ahead and give the, when did the supplier go ahead and provide any service of cleaning? Government will never come to know about it. But investigation happened in my recipient book of account and the government saw deep cleaning expenses account debit to cash paid to Ramesh. Huh? Government will track it back to my books of account and government found Ramesh has not made an entry in his books of account. My bad day has come because of my buyer making a book entry in his books of account. My bad day has come. The day he made the book entry, that day will be my liability date. If 13.2A and B are not applicable, the time of supply will be book entry date of the recipient. Who is the receiver? So supplier ka liability on the receiver's books of account ka date. Done, sir. Point is clear. The next one over here, RCM. So, sir, reverse charge mechanism. Do you guys remember? I had gone ahead and told you on which services RCM is applicable. Do you remember the shortcut to remember RCM? We had gone ahead and learned when, which are the services RCM is applicable. Do you guys remember, everyone? Yes, sir. We go ahead and remember diagrams. You had gone ahead and told diagram services pay. RCM will be applicable. Yes, sir. So, whenever director gives services to a body corporate, for an example, body corporate should pay GST under RCM. Like this, whenever you receive the services on which GST is payable under RCM, when do you become liable to pay the GST under RCM as a recipient? They have told the day you make the payment, the day I make the payment, the day I make the payment, I will go ahead and tell you. In case of RCM for goods and RCM for services, goods ke liye we entered and learned date of receipt of goods, the day you make the payment or 31st day from the date of invoice given by the supplier. In case of service, date of receipt of service is not there, nothing. The day of payment is there, the day you make the payment for the service, and 31st day becomes 61st day from the date of invoice given by the supplier. It becomes 61st day, whichever is earlier over here. Sir, 31st day becomes 61st day. Chalo, I'll go ahead and tell you one thing. I went ahead and received some services from a director, and director went ahead and gave me an invoice. Invoice was dated 25th of February. 25th of February. Can you tell me which is the 61st day, everyone? Quickly tell me which is the 61st day. I'm waiting for everyone to quickly tell me which is the 61st day in this scenario. Which is the 61st day in this scenario? You have to tell me, everyone. Quickly tell me which is the 61st day in this scenario. Quick, 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 everyone. Quick, quick, quick. Date following 60 days is the 61st day. Can you calculate and tell me which is the 61st day in this scenario, everyone? I'm waiting for everyone to calculate. Okay, sir. February, unless told otherwise in the question, always take for February में 28 days. Unless told in the question, take 29 or take it's a leap year. Unless told in the question, don't do anything. You have to always take February 28 days. 28 days minus 25 days gone, 3 days. This is in the month of February. March 31 days, 31 plus 3, sir, 31 plus 3, 34 days gone. We need 27 more days, sir. 27th of April, everyone. I hope everyone got 27th of April. Huh? How? Here 28 days, 25 days gone, 3 days in the month of February. March has 31 days, so this is 34 days gone. 34 plus 26 will give you 60 days plus one more day. So 27th of April. Everyone who got 27th of April, very good. People who did not get 27th of April, I hope you are clear with this now. Done, sir. This point is clear. Chalo, let's go ahead, everyone. So it says date immediately following 60 days from the date of invoice or other document given by the supplier. I've already told you if the supplier is registered, he will give me a tax invoice. If he's unregistered, I will make my own invoice. Done, sir. This point is clear. If these 2 points are not available, reverse charge ka case mein, if these 2 points are not there, then remember one thing, you have to take your book entry date. The recipient ka book entry date will become the time of supply. The recipient ka same. The recipient ka book entry date will become the time of supply. Here one point is there relating to importation of service. If you have imported your services from your associate, importation of service from whom, everyone? Associate. Normal importation of service will come here, but importation of service from associate will come over here, which says the day you make the payment to your associate or the date of entry in the books of account of the recipient. The day you make a book entry that I have to pay to my associate, so the date of payment or the day you make a book entry that you have to go ahead and make the payment, whichever is whichever is earlier, you have to go ahead and take as the time of supply. Done, sir. This point is clear. 13.4, 13.5 and 13.6 are same to same like how we have learned over here on the top. For goods wala same points are applicable for services. Now here one circular is there which is a part of the amendment. It was actually for your January exam, and Baba, now it is, you can go ahead and continue it for your May exam also. Actually it was an amendment for your January 25 exam, but for your May 25 also this is applicable. Very, very important. Listen to me very carefully. I'll go ahead and tell you about this circular which is there. Don't worry about it. Not very difficult. Okay? Here. What happened? No. There's something called hybrid annuity model. Okay? Hybrid model. What is it? What does this HAM model mean, sir? Chalo, I'll go ahead and explain you. Government, suppose this is Adani Group. Adani Group ko, the government went ahead and told the NHAI, National Highway Authority of India, made a contract with Adani Group, wherein National Highway Authority of India went ahead and told Adani Group, you have to go ahead and make a road for me. Build one road for me. Okay? Then you have to operate the road also for me. Means any problem in the road, any issues in the road, any holes, etc. happening in the road, you have to fill it up, you have to maintain. Build, operate and maintain model. This is called build, operate and transfer model. So first you will build it, then you will maintain it, and then you will go ahead and transfer it to the NHAI. So what happens over here? Adani Group ko government have gone ahead and given a contract that you go ahead and make the road for me. You go ahead and make the road for me. Then over a period of 15 years, you have to make also, you have to maintain the road also. And for this whole building, or maintaining, operating and maintaining, and then you later go ahead and transfer the road to me. So what will have Adani Group do? Adani Group has gone ahead and given service to the government, which is nothing other than continuous supply of service, because it is for more than 3 months. It is for 15 years that Adani Group is going to first make the road, then maintain if there is any issue in the road, and then transfer it to the government. So 15 years means it's a continuous supply of service. Now here the question which was asked was, when will the liability come to pay the GST? So they went ahead and clarified over here. That is what we are going to talk. Clarification on time of supply in respect of supply of service of construction of road and maintenance thereof of the NHAI in hybrid annuity model, which is basically where they will build the road first, then they will maintain the road, then they will go ahead and transfer. So government goes ahead and says, you go ahead and give me the service wherein you will build the road, sir, and then you will maintain the road, and then you will transfer it to after 15 years. Every year we will go ahead and give you 1 crore rupees. So basically government will go ahead and tell the due date, saying, sir, every year 31st December government is telling I will pay you 1 crore rupees. 31st of December I will pay you 1 crore rupees over here. Okay, sir. So it says over here, what is the time of supply on services of construction, operation and maintenance of the road given under the hand model. So first they will go ahead and construct, they will first go ahead and build, then they will operate and maintain. Whatever is the problems in the road, they will go ahead and maintain, and then sir, they will transfer it to the government. So what are they telling over here? It is a continuous supply of service. The taxability on the concessionaire, basically Reliance, here Adani Group has made the road, so they are known as a concessionaire. Means whoever makes the road for the government is known as the concessionaire over here. So it says under the HAM model would be as follows. The liability will be as follows. Sir, it's a continuous supply of service. Can you tell me, everyone, in case of continuous supply of service, they have gone ahead and given the service? Sir, if the due dates are ascertainable in the contract, is the due date ascertainable? Yes, the due dates are ascertainable. So Adani Group should go ahead and make the invoice on time. Invoice should be on time. Sir, in case of continuous supply of service, when should I go ahead and make the invoice? Sir, in case of continuous supply of service, if the due dates are ascertainable, invoice should be on or before the due date. So if Adani Group makes the invoice on or before the due date, or the date of receipt of payment, whichever is earlier, will become the time of supply over here. That's all you have to remember, everyone. I hope you guys remember. 1 minute, I'll go ahead and remind you in your continuous supply of service, when do you have to raise the invoice? Sir, if the due date of payment, that when will I receive the payment, is ascertainable, then invoice should be on or before the due date. Now in the contract it is written that they will go ahead and make the payment on this date. NHAI is telling I will make the payment on this date, this much, this date, this much, this date, this much, this date, this much, and you raise the invoice on that date. You raise the invoice on time. So invoice is on time, invoice or payment, whichever is earlier. I hope this point is clear to all of you. Yes, sir, this point is clear. That's all they have gone in and told over here. Yes, sir. If the invoice is issued on or before the specified date, or might be NHI went in and told you, you are going to make the road for us. This much road when it is completed, you should raise the invoice. This much road when it is completed, you should raise the invoice for 5 crore. This much road when it is completed, you should raise the invoice for 10 crore. This much road when it is completed, you should raise another invoice for 10 crore. So whenever they complete the event, people, I hope you guys remember over here, they should go ahead and raise the invoice. If due date is ascertainable on or before receiving the sir, due date is ascertainable on or before the due date. If payment is linked to completion of an event, the day they complete the event, they should go ahead and raise the invoice. It's a continuous supply of service. Okay? So, sir, if invoice is on time, the date of completion of the event, specifying the event, the date of completion of the event specified, then time of supply will be what, everyone? This looks little abrupt. The time of supply, if invoice is issued on or before that specified date, or the date of completion of the event, the date of completion of the event which is specified, basically, we'll do one thing. We will go ahead and take it, the specified date which is as per the contract. If you go ahead and raise the invoice, or the day you complete the event, which is basically the date of completion of the event. You don't have to take this line again. It is not required over here. So, sir, if invoice is on time, invoice date, or Okay. If the invoice is on or before the specified date or the date of the completion of the event, then date of invoice or the date of receipt of payment, whichever is earlier. Basically, I've raised the invoice on time if invoice is on time. So, for an example, the contract went ahead and told invoice should be raised on this date. Specified date is there. Then, sir, for an example, I will go ahead and tell you, NHI went ahead and told me 1st of January 2022, you should go ahead and raise the invoice for 1 crore rupees. I raised the invoice on 1st of January 2022. I raised the invoice for 1 crore rupees. Due date was there in the contract. I raised the invoice on the due date. That is the specified date. Okay? And I went ahead and did, then it is telling, or the date of receipt of payment. If I go ahead and receive the payment, supposedly on 10th of February 2022, I received the payment. Sir, 1 crore rupees ka payment came, which is earlier in this. That day, Adani Group will be liable. So it says the specified days as per the contract or the date of receipt of payment, whichever is earlier. Sir, if the contract does not specify the date, but the contract says the day the event should be completed, you should raise the invoice. I completed the event, date of completion of event. Road, I was constructing, this much I constructed. Supposingly, I constructed on 10th of April. If I complete on 10th of April, invoice should be on or before the date of completion of the event. I went ahead and raised the invoice on 1st of April. I raised on or before completion of the event. I raised the invoice or the date of receipt of payment. Supposingly, I received the payment on 5th of April, which is earlier, everyone. 1st of April over here. So you have to go ahead and see the contract. If the contract has gone ahead and given the date, the invoice should be on or before the due date. If invoice date, then you have to go ahead and just consider invoice date or payment date, whichever is earlier. So they have gone ahead and told what over here. See, if the invoice is on or before the specified date, date of invoice or payment, whichever is earlier. Or if specified date is not there, then they have told the event that you should raise the invoice on or before completion of this event. Then the date you have completed the event, you should raise the invoice or the date of receipt of payment, whichever is earlier. Sir, but if I have not raised the invoice on or before the specified date as per the contract or the date of the completion of the event, on or before completion of the event or the specified date, if I don't go ahead and raise the invoice, then it says the day you had completed the service, that is the due dates as per the contract, or the date of receipt of payment, whichever is earlier. If invoice, very simple, see the contract. If invoice is as in the contract, they have given the due date. You raise the invoice on or before the contract date. The due dates which are given, the specified dates which are there, you went ahead and raised the invoice on or before that date. The invoice or payment, whichever is earlier. If you did not go ahead and raise the invoice, then they are going ahead and telling the day you had gone ahead and provided the service, the date of provisioning of service, which is basically the due date for payment as per the contract or the date of receipt of payment, whichever is earlier. There is one question on continuous supply of service in our book. Please do that question and go for exam. Don't leave this. Done, sir. This point is clear. This is all about your time of supply ka chapter. In my opinion, from exam point of view, they will go ahead and ask a 3 to 4 mark a small question. Please be very careful. Are we all 100% clear till here? Can we go ahead, everyone? Are we all clear till here, everyone? Can we go ahead? Yes, sir. Please, please, please do one question on continuous supply of service. One question is there in your book. It is, if I'm not wrong, it is relating to construction. So 0%, 25% completed, 50% completed, 75% completed. That completion related one question is there. You must do that question on continuous supply of service and go for your exam. It is very, very important. Done, sir. This point is clear. I'll close my revision on the chapter of time of supply over here. Time of supply ka chapter will go ahead and close over here. Done. Done, Baba, done. Are we all clear till here? Yes, sir, clear. Baba, this chapter I'm telling you again and again, you have to do question answers from your book. If you do question answer, then you'll be clear. If you don't do, you'll not be able to do in the exam. Chalo, let's go ahead and now move to the chapter of input tax credit. Very, very important chapter. Please come to input tax credit, everyone. ITC ka chapter. ITC ka chapter. Everyone over here. We went ahead and learned GST with goods and service. Goods and service has to be supplied. Supply can be either interstate supply or supply can be either intrastate supply. Inter or interstate, I GST get levied. Intrastate, C GST gets levied. Once GST gets levied, GST should be collected and paid by a taxable person. How will he collect? How will he pay GST? He'll have to calculate GST, and GST is equal to value of your supply into the rate of tax. Once you know the value, you have to prepare the tax invoice, credit note, debit note, and delivery challan. Now you will maintain all of this in your accounts and records. Now you send the goods to the other person with the help of a e-way bill. Government says, Ramesh, what are you waiting for? Your liability has come. Your liability to pay GST comes on the time of supply. So for an example, your liability to pay is 1000 rupees, which is there. Now you have to go ahead and use your input tax credit. You have to go ahead and use your input tax credit, which is there. So for an example, your input tax credit is 500 rupees. Then Baba, remaining amount you will have to go ahead and make the payment. So here we are in the chapter of input tax credit. Sir, when will I get the credit? When will I not get the credit? That is told by input tax credit chapter, section number 16, section number 17, and section number 18. Very, very important chapter, Baba. Input tax credit, you will see in your exam, approximately 8 marks come from this chapter. A plus graded chapter, 8 marks is something which is approximately expected out of this chapter. Let's go ahead and get it started with input tax credit, everyone. Everyone over here, input tax credit. See, the name of the chapter is input tax credit, but they can't go ahead and name the chapter as that, sir, you buy input service or capital goods. Whatever you buy, you will get the credit. No, they can't go ahead and name the chapter like that. So they have named the chapter in simpler manner, input tax credit. But actually, you get the credit of inputs also, input service also, and capital goods also. Sir, inputs, definition number not required, where which section it is given. Inputs are those goods which are other than capital goods used or intended to be used in your business. Any goods other than, barring, leave capital goods which are used or intention is to use in your business, that is inputs. ठीक है sir? Any input services, any services which I take for my business is called input service. For an example, for my business I take printing services, telephone services, whatever services, cleaning services, whatever services I take for my business is called input services. Input services means any services used or intended for use in your business. Capital goods, any goods which are capitalized. I bought one AC, capitalized, computer capitalized in your books of account, which I have taken to the balance sheet. Used or intended for use in your business, remember, will be known as capital goods. ठीक है sir? So all the three, if whatever GST you pay on all the three, whatever GST you pay. So, sir, whether it is input service, or capital goods which I have gone ahead and used for my business, whatever tax I pay. Sir, what do you mean by tax you pay? The GST which I pay. Whether I pay the GST under forward charge mechanism. So, people, I went ahead and paid to the supplier the GST. The supplier paid to the government, and government will give me the credit. Supplier went ahead and supplied me the goods. Everyone listen to me very carefully. I went ahead and paid the GST to the supplier. Supplier paid to the government. I will get the credit. ठीक है? Supplier went ahead and supplied me. I paid the GST under RCM, reverse charge also, I will get the credit. Whether you pay the supplier ko GST, supplier pays to the government, you will get the credit. Even if you pay the GST under reverse charge, you will get the credit. Remember this point. Done, sir. So, sir, whether the GST is paid under forward charge or the GST is paid under reverse charge mechanism, you will always get the credit. You pay to him, he pays to government, you will get the credit. You pay under reverse charge, still you will get the credit. Done, sir. This point is clear. Whether the GST is CGST, SGST, IGST or UTGST, you will always get the credit. When you import the goods or services, basically you have to pay IGST on importation. Import pay always interstate. Interstate pay you have to pay IGST. That IGST credit is also given. But remember the composition ka tax which is there, 1%, 1%, 5%, 6%, forget it. Composition ka tax ka credit is never given. And sir, where will I get the credit? You will get the credit in your e-credit ledger. So always remember one thing, there are three things which are there. Input tax credit chapter mein I refers to input or input services or capital goods which are there, okay, which I have used for my business. The tax which I pay, tax means the GST which you pay, either you would have paid to the supplier under forward charge, he will pay to government, you will get the credit, or you have paid GST under reverse charge mechanism, you will get the credit. But remember, in your input tax, in your input ka tax, they don't include composition ka tax. Composition tax is never your input tax, and this credit comes in your, the credit will be given to you in your e-credit ledger. I hope you guys are clear with the first point which I've told you. Yes, sir. Now, in your input tax credit chapter, we'll move to section number 16, and then we have section number 17.5 block credit, and the last paragraph which we have section number 18, everyone. Let's go ahead and do section number 16 quickly, everyone. Is everyone ready and there with me? Can we go ahead, everyone? Quickly tell me, are we all there? Can we go ahead? Yes, sir, we are all there. Let's go ahead and learn section number 16. Section number 16, if you go ahead and revise, sir, we are revising, everyone. Section number 16, we have section number 16.1. Section number 16 has section number 16.2. Section number 16 has section number 16.3. Section number 16.4. 16.5 is not applicable to you guys, and this time the part of amendment section number 16.6 has come, which we will be going ahead and learning about it. Done, sir. This point is clear. Let's do section number 16.1 first. Sir, section number 16 ka, the name of the section is eligibility and condition for taking the input tax credit. Who are eligible and what are the conditions they should fulfill? Only then they can go ahead and take the credit. Sir, who are the people who are eligible to take the credit and what are the conditions you have to go ahead and fulfill? Only then you can go ahead and take the credit. Who are the people eligible and what are the conditions to be fulfilled to take the credit? Sir, who are the people who are eligible? They have gone ahead and told over here. Eligibility may, they have told, if you are a registered person, you will be eligible. First of all, sir, I am unregistered. Can I take credit? No, Baba, gone. Only registered person can go ahead and take the credit of the goods, services or both which he has used in his business. So, sir, whatever the goods, services or both I buy, goods means any, Baba, goods can be normal goods, inputs, or goods can be capital goods. Whatever you buy for your business, and the amount will be given in your e-credit ledger. So, first point first, who is eligible, everyone? Registered person is eligible. Done, sir. And then comes condition for taking the ITC. Very, very important from exam point of view. You will see section number 16.2 pay one question. Very, very important. Section number 16.2 goes ahead and says, what are the conditions you have to go ahead and fulfill? Only then you will be able to take the credit. Section number 16.2 says, what are the conditions you have to fulfill? Section number 16.2 has A, AA, B, BA, C and D. Let's revise all of them. Sir, section number 16.2A goes ahead and says that, sir, what is the condition to take the credit? You should possess the tax invoice with you. You should have the debit note with you. Or, so sir, if I have the tax invoice or any additional amount charged from me, the debit note. So sir, can I take the invoice of the tax invoice and debit note? Yes. Or such other tax paying document, as may be prescribed. Whatever documents are prescribed in rule number 36, you should have them. Only then you can go ahead and take the credit. In section number in rule number 36, when you go ahead and read, rule number 36 goes ahead and says documentary requirement and condition for taking the ITC. What are the documentary requirement for going ahead and taking the ITC? Rule number 36, 1, 2, 3, 4. Rule number 36, 1 goes ahead and says, sir, rule number 36 goes ahead and talks about what are the documentary evidence. Rule number 36, 1 goes ahead and says, you should have BIRDS, BIRDS, B for bill of entry. Sir, in case of imports, you file bill of entry, and bill of entry ke through whatever tax you have paid, you will get the credit. I'll talk about bill of entry in CA final level. As of now, you can just remember bill of entry. Then, sir, I for ISD invoice. Again, ISD invoice is not a part of CA intermediate. Again, we'll talk about ISD invoice in CA final detailed discussion. R for RCM. If I've gone ahead and received the goods under RCM or services under RCM, I should make my self-invoice. Self-invoice ka basis pay only. So, sir, supply is unregistered. He gave me some goods or service on which I have to pay the GST under RCM. If I have to pay the GST under RCM, I will first make my own invoice. So, say if supply is unregistered, I will make my own invoice, and on the basis of that self-invoice, first I will make the payment of the tax, and if I have that self-invoice, I can go ahead and take the credit of the tax which I paid under RCM. The next one over here is you should have the debit note if you want to take the credit, and last one you should have the supplier's invoice. Supplier's invoice. only then you can take the credit. So, sir, supplier went ahead and supplied me. I should have the invoice of the tax which I paid to him. Only then I can go ahead and take the credit. So, sir, you should have birds with you. Sir, birds with me. Sir, what do you mean by birds, everyone? What are the documents on the basis of which you can go ahead and take the credit? Remember, for exam, you should have birds along with you. B for बिल ऑफ एंट्री, आई फॉर ISD इनवॉइस, आर फॉर RCM का केस में सेल्फ इनवॉइस यू शुड हैव, डी फॉर डेबिट नोट एंड सर एस फॉर सप्लायर्स इनवॉइस. ओनली देन यू कैन गो अहेड एंड टेक द क्रेडिट. तो सर आई शुड हैव वर्ड्स विथ मी. बी फॉर बिल ऑफ एंट्री, ISD इनवॉइस, डेबिट नोट. RCM का केस में सेल्फ इनवॉइस, बेसिकली एन इनवॉइस एज पर सेक्शन नंबर 31(3)(f. सेल्फ इनवॉइस इज एन इनवॉइस एज पर सेक्शन नंबर 31(3)(f, बट यू हैव टू ऑलवेज मेक द पेमेंट ऑफ द RCM. Only then you can go ahead and take the credit. First you have to make the payment and then you can take the credit. And as for suppliers invoice, done, sir. Sir, this document which I have, birds, in this document, so sir, in tax invoice chapter we learned that in your description, in your invoice you should have description, quantity, value, tax, such other particulars as told by rule number 46. Sir, in rule number 46 you had gone ahead and told lot of things are there, name, supplier ka address, GST number, lot of details are there. Sir, what if I miss out on one date? What if I miss out on one item in the invoice? One item I forgot to write. Then can the buyer take the credit? They have gone ahead and told, at least if you want to take the credit of this document, then remember this document should have description, value, tax, GST number of supplier and recipient both, and the place of supply. In case of interstate supply, sir, it should have what should have, first of all, what are the documents? Birds should be there. In birds, what details should be there? Sir, description, value, tax, description, value, tax, GST number and place of supply. In birds, what details you should have? Description, value, tax, GST number and place of supply. Only then you can go ahead and take the credit. Done, sir. Sir, you know what happened? I was going on the way. ठीक है, I had sent some goods. I am the supplier, he is the buyer. He went ahead and told, buyer went ahead and told, don't raise the invoice and send me the goods. I put the goods in a truck and the goods were going ding, 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 ding. One officer caught on the way and he told Ramesh, on the goods the tax is not paid. So he took me to the GST department. Supplier was taken to the GST department. Here GST department mein one demand order was given under section number 74. Demand order under section number 74 will deal with in CA final, everyone. ठीक है? Where they went ahead and told me, Ramesh, you have to go ahead and pay tax of 10 lakh rupees. They took 10 lakh rupees tax from me. I came back, I called this recipient and told, hey, shameless fellow, because of you, I landed up paying tax. You told don't charge tax and send me the goods. Now I landed up paying tax in the GST department. I will go ahead and give you an invoice. You make the payment to me and you take the credit of it. So I will go ahead and give him a tax invoice of 1 crore. I will charge him the GST of 10 lakh rupees which is there. Can he take the credit? He will not get the input tax credit because the tax which I paid is because I was trying to do a fraud or willful misstatement I had done, any misstatement I have done in the invoices etc., or I have done suppression of fact, and because of fraud, willful misstatement and suppression, if you land up paying any tax, you will never get the credit, and that is what is being told. No ITC of any tax paid in pursuance of a demand order because one demand was given to you, confirmed on account of fraud, willful misstatement and suppression of fact. Now you know what, everyone, here in this time amendment actually is they have gone in and added the word under section number 74 here, but Baba, section after suppression of fact they have gone ahead and told under section number 74, but Baba, suppression of fact under section number 74, CA final may, if you are there, I can tell you can understand section number 73, section number 74. Intermediate level, even if you go ahead and write note ITC of any tax which you have paid because of a fraud, willful misstatement or suppression, then you will not get the credit. But here now this time they have gone ahead and added just the word under section number 74, irrelevant for intermediate level. Done, sir. This point is clear. So, sir, can you tell me, everyone, what are the details they have gone ahead and told? They told, sir, you should possess the tax invoice, debit note or such other tax paying document as may be prescribed. You should have tax invoice, debit note and such other document which are told. Okay, sir, what are the documents I should have? So, they went ahead and told rule number 36 may, you should have birds with you. I should have birds, only then I can take the credit. In the birds, what details should be there? Description, value, tax, GST number and place of supply should be there. Only then I will get the credit. Okay, sir. Then they went ahead and told, sir, if you pay any tax because of a fraud, willful misstatement and suppression, because of any fraud you have paid any tax, willful misstatement or suppression, the supplier will give you the invoice. You will never get the credit because the tax was paid because you were trying to do a fraud, willful misstatement or suppression. The tax invoice you will never get the credit. Now, last point which they have gone in and told over here, fourth point. They have gone ahead and told in the fourth point over here that suppliers should show, this is the supplier, you are the buyer. Suppliers should show the details in GSTR1 of the invoice which you want the credit. Suppliers should have shown in GSTR1. For example, supplier sold you goods for 1 crore and 18 lakh is the GST. He should have shown in GSTR1 and the details should have come in your GSTR2B only then. So in your 2B, if it is showing 18 lakh rupees, only that 18 lakh rupees which is showing in your GSTR2B, you can go ahead and take the input tax credit of that amount. Remember one point, they have gone ahead and told no ITC shall be levied availed by registered person with respect to invoice or debit note, the details of which are required to be shown under section number 37. The details of invoice and debit note have been furnished by the supplier in GSTR1. Baba, 1A word has been added. 1A I will go ahead and teach you in your return chapter. Okay? Actually, to amend GSTR1, nowadays 1A has been introduced. If you want to amend the details in GSTR1, you can amend it by filing GSTR1A. Okay? Or invoice furnishing facility. You guys already know invoice furnishing facility is in your quarterly return. Yes, sir. So, sir, supplier should have shown. Simply, you remember, supplier should have shown in the GSTR1 and the details in respect of such invoices or debit notes have been communicated to the registered person in GSTR2B. So, sir, supplier should have shown in GSTR1 and the details should have come in my GSTR2B. Only then I can go ahead and take the credit. Can everyone tell me, are we all 100% clear with this point? Can we? Go ahead, everyone. I want everyone to quickly go ahead and like the video. I can't see likes in the video. Quickly go ahead and like the video and then we'll go ahead. Yes, everyone. Let's go ahead, everyone, over here now. Listen. So what did we go ahead and learn till here? We went ahead and learned section number 16. Section number 16.1. Everyone with me. Section number 16.1. We went ahead and learned who are the people eligible. Registered person is eligible. Registered person is eligible to go ahead and take the credit. Section number 16.2 is there, which goes ahead and says, section number 16.2 is there, which goes ahead and says, who are the people? What are the conditions you have to go ahead and fulfill? Only then you are eligible. What are the conditions you have to fulfill, everyone? Condition for going ahead and taking the credit is, sir, section number 16.2, A goes ahead and says you should have tax invoice, you should have the debit note, you should have such other document as told in rule number 36. We learned rule number 36, which went ahead and told that, sir, you should have birds. In birds, you should have description, value, tax, GST number and place of supply. Then, sir, if you paid any tax because of fraud, willful misstatement and suppression, then Baba, remember, you will not get the credit. Sir, you can take the credit of invoices, etc. But supplier should show in GSTR1 and the details should come in your GSTR2B. Only then you can go ahead. Only then you can go ahead and take the credit. Now, this point which they had written in rule number 36, they have gone ahead and written in section number 16.2 also. A point may they went ahead and again wrote the same point. The details of such invoices and debit note referred in clause A. Basically, all the invoices and debit note details which are there have been furnished by the supplier and such details have been communicated to the recipient of such invoice or debit note in the manner told in section number 37. Means they are telling suppliers should have shown GST and 1 May. The same thing which was told in rule number 36, they have told in section number 16.2 also over here. They have told, sir, suppliers should have shown the details of GSTR1, the details of invoices in GSTR1, and it should have come in 2B of the buyer. GSTR2B of the buyer. So, supplier should have shown in GSTR1 and it should have come in 2B. Only then I can go ahead and take the credit. But linking to this, one more point is there which I will tell you over here. Linking to AA, one BA point is there. What is the BA point going ahead and telling? That, sir, the details of ITC with respect to supply communicated to the registered person under section number 38 has not been restricted. What do you mean by communicated to such registered person has not been restricted? Baba, if your supplier is a defaulter, no. If your supplier is a defaulter, even if he shows the details in GSTR1, it will come in your 2B. But in 2B also, no, they have put two columns now. One is ITC available and one is ITC which is restricted, not available. Restricted means one is ITC not available. So if your supplier is a defaulter and details comes in your ITC reflected. Supplier has filed GSTR1, the details came in my 2B, in the ITC restricted, not available, then you will not get the credit. Even though it comes in 2B, but 2B may it should come in ITC available. So sir, the third BA point over here says ITC has not been not restricted, then only you can go ahead and take the credit. It should not be restricted in your 2B, only then you can go ahead and take the credit. Otherwise, even if it comes in your GST 2B, you will not get the credit. Done, sir. This point is clear. Everyone over here now. The next one over here goes ahead and says, sir, you should have received the goods, services or both, only then you can get the credit. You should have received the goods, services or both, only then you can go ahead and get the credit. Even if I did not receive the goods, I can't take the credit. They're telling just because you have the invoice, you can't take the credit. You should have received the goods, services or both. Deemed received ka concept is also fine when goods or services are provided by supplier to any other person on the direction of such registered person. So for example, I'll go ahead and tell you, I went ahead and told my supplier to bill it to me, but ship the goods directly to my buyer. When my buyer receives, I will be deemed that it will be deemed that I have received the goods and I can take the credit. So I told my supplier, please give me the invoice, but ship the goods directly to my buyer. When my buyer, he is my supplier, he is my buyer, I am in between. I told, give the bill to me, ship it directly to him. When he ships it, my supplier ships it to him. When he receives, it will be deemed that I have received it and I can go ahead and take the credit. That's what they have gone ahead and told. You should have received the goods, services or both. The next one over here, C point goes ahead and talks about subject to section number 41, tax should be paid to the government. Tell me one thing, my supplier went ahead and supplied me. My supplier went ahead and supplied me. He did not pay the tax only to the government. If it does not pay the tax to the government, can I still keep the credit? They have gone ahead and told everyone. I will go ahead and tell you like this. So this is the supplier, this is the recipient, this is the supplier, this is the recipient. Supplier filed GSTR1, 1 crore rupees, 18 lakh GST. The details came in my GSTR 2B. 18 lakh rupees input tax rate is showing in my 2B. Okay? In my GSTR1, I also have done a sale of 1.5 crore and my liability is 27 lakh. So what will happen? He will also have his GSTR 2B. For example, his GSTR 2B mein input tax rate is 0 for him. Now, both of us on 20th of the next month, we will go ahead and file GSTR 3B. I will also file GSTR 3B and my supplier will also file. But we know what happened. My supplier is a bad boy. My supplier, when he had to file his GSTR 3B, he'll show his output tax liability as 18 lakh rupees, input tax rate as 0, and remaining he has to pay in cash. But he told he does not have cash, so he did not file his GSTR 3B. But sir, on the same date, I also filed my GSTR 3B. How will I come to know he has paid or he has not paid? So what I did, I went ahead and told my output tax liability is 27 lakh rupees. I told my input tax credit which is appearing to be is 18 lakh and remaining 9 lakh I paid in cash. So did I go ahead and take the credit? Yes sir, I already took the credit. But my supplier, when it was time to pay the tax, he did not pay. But I have already taken the credit. In this scenario, government went ahead and told everyone, you tax paid to the government. By your supplier, the tax should have been paid to the government. But it is subject to section number 41, means for the time being, you can keep the credit. That's what they are going and telling. See, section number 41, I'll connect you over here. Section number 41 says, every registered person shall be entitled to avail the ITC of the eligible input tax as self-assessed. Whatever you tell in your GSTR 3B, you can take the credit. No problem, take it in his return, and such amount shall be given to your e-credit ledger and you can use it. So sir, whatever you ask in your GSTR 3B, they will give you the credit and you can use it. The ITC availed by registered person with respect to supply, the tax has not been paid by the supplier. The supplier did not go ahead and pay the tax. Then what will happen? Shall be reversed along with interest in the manner told in rule number 37. They are going ahead and telling whatever the credit you have gone ahead and taken, if your supplier did not go ahead and pay the tax, then whatever credit you have taken, you have to pay it back to the government. Because see, if your supplier pays the tax, only then you can take the credit. But supplier did not pay the tax, I still took the credit. So they are going ahead and telling whatever credit you have taken, you have to reverse it. You have to pay it back to the government. You took the credit from the government, paid back to the government. That's all they are going ahead and telling over here. So sir, for this, you have to go ahead and follow rule number 37A. Are you guys able to recall what we had gone ahead and learned in the class, everyone? Are you all able to recall what we had gone ahead and learned in the class, everyone? Quickly tell me, are you able to recall, everyone? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. ठीक है. Now listen. Sir, my supplier did not go ahead and pay the tax. My supplier did not go ahead and pay the tax. I still took the credit. Government is going ahead and saying, Ramesh, you have to reverse the credit. I told, when do I have to reverse? Government told, okay, fine, do one thing, Ramesh. For an example, this was the month of April. ठीक है? In the month of April, you took the input tax credit. Tell your supplier, please file your return. I've taken the credit. Please file your return. Tell your supplier to file the return in, not in April, May, June, July, August, September, full year. Convince him. Tell him, file your return, file your return, file your return. If it does not, go ahead and still file his return. You have to wait. The year got over, he did not file this return. Till next year, 30th September, you wait. If he files return, you can keep the credit, you don't have to reverse. But if next year till 30th of September, he does not go ahead and file his return, supplier, then whatever credit you have taken, you have to reverse on or before 30th of November. If you don't reverse on or before 30th of November of the next year, then Baba, after that, if you reverse, you have to reverse along with interest, which is there. That's all they have gone ahead and told. Everyone, see over here. What they are telling, reversal of ITC in case of non-payment by the supplier and re-availment thereof. They are going in and telling where the ITC has been availed by registered person in GSTR 3B with respect to invoice or debit note, the details of which have been furnished by the supplier in GSTR 1 or 1A or IFF. Supplier had filed the details in GSTR 1, 1A and the details have come in your 2B and you have gone ahead and taken the credit. They are telling, but corresponding 3B has not been furnished by the supplier. Baba, supplier did not file his 3B. Tell him to file next month. Next month. But once the year gets over, he should have filed the GST 3B by 30th September. If it does not file by 30th September and does not pay the tax, what credit you have taken, you have to go ahead and reverse on or before 30th November. That's what they're telling. Sir, has not been furnished on or before 30th September following the end of the financial year. Once the year gets over, once the year got over, on or before 30th September, if it does not file, then on or before 30th November, it says, following the end of the financial year in which ITC was availed, the said ITC shall be reversed by the registered person while filing GSTR 3B on or before 30th November, following the end of the financial year. So, what they are trying to say over here, see, April month for an example, supplier filed his GSTR 1, it came in my GSTR 2B. Okay? Then I filed my GSTR 3B. I took this credit, enjoyed it. But my supplier is a bad boy. He did not go ahead and pay the tax. Then what to do? But I already took the credit. He did not pay the tax to the government, but I already took the credit. No problem. You can keep the credit. But tell your supplier to go ahead and pay the tax to the government on or before 30th September of next year. April month, he did not pay the tax. Tell him, hey, file return in May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, Jan, Feb, March, till next year, September. Tell him to go ahead and pay his tax. If he goes ahead and pays his tax on or before the next year, September, then okay, you can keep the credit, no problem. But if it does not pay the tax on or before 30th of September of next year, then on or before 30th November, you have to reverse the credit. You have to pay the credit back to the government. If you don't reverse on 30th, if I don't go ahead and pay it back on 30th November, if I go ahead and reverse it on 30th December, for example, then 1 month ka I'll be liable to pay interest. Sir, I went ahead and reversed it. Later, supplier filed his GSTR 3B and paid the tax. So, Papa, you can go ahead and take your credit back from the government. You reverse the credit. Later, your supplier paid the tax to the government. Whatever credit is there, you can take it back. That's what they're going ahead and telling. If you don't reverse, such amount shall be payable by you along with interest. If you don't reverse on or before 30th November, then Baba, you have to go ahead and pay it along with interest. If supplier subsequently furnishes 3B, the registered person may re-avail the credit for the tax period thereafter. So, for an example, supplier did not file his GSTR 3B. I already took the credit. Baba, if you already took the credit, keep the credit. Everyone, I'm telling again, you keep the credit. Tell your supplier to pay his tax. If supplier pays his tax, very good, no problem, you can keep the credit. If supplier does not pay his tax on or before 30th of September, then Baba, after that, on or before 30th November, you should pay the tax to the government, because supplier did not pay the tax. You should pay whatever credit you have taken, pay back to the government. I paid the credit back to the government. Supplier filed his return and paid the tax. You can take the credit back from the government. Is the point clear to all? Can we go ahead, everyone? Is rule number 37A clear to all? Baba, this is very, very important from exam point of view. They can go ahead and tell you, write a short note on rule number 37A, or they can go ahead and tell you, Ram, a person who is a buyer, has gone ahead and taken the credit, but his supplier Sham has not gone ahead and paid the tax to the government. Can Ram keep the credit? Yes, Ram can go ahead and keep the credit. Sham has to go ahead and pay the tax on or before 30th September. If Sham pays the tax on or before 30th September, Ram can retain the credit. But if Sham does not go ahead and pay the tax on or before 30th September, then on or before 30th November, Ram has to go ahead and reverse the credit. On or before 30th November, Ram has to reverse the credit. If he goes ahead and reverse the credit, there is no interest. After that, if he reverses, he have to pay along with interest. Are we all clear till here, everyone? Are we all clear till here? In my opinion, Vamsi, no. But law is not talking about that. Are we all clear till here, everyone? Can we go ahead? Please remember rule number 37A, but everyone have to tell me, are we all 100% clear? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We all remember. Do you guys remember rule number 37A? We had gone ahead and discussed in the class. I have told you 2 to 3 times now. Let's go ahead now. The next is return should be filed. Supplier filed his GSTR 1, the amount came in my GSTR 3B. Supplier filed his GSTR 1, the amount came in my GSTR 3B. If I want it, I have to ask through the GSTR 3B. They are going in and telling, sir, return should be filed by the recipient under section number 39. The return should be filed by the recipient under rule number, under section number 39, means they are going in and telling, if Ramesh, you want the credit, whatever is appearing in to be, if you want the credit, you have to go ahead and file your GSTR 3B. Everyone over here now, listen to me very carefully. Section number 16, we went in and learned. Section number 16, I went in and told you section number 16. 1. Who are the people eligible? Registered person is eligible. What are the condition which he is eligible? Section number 16, 2A went in and told about. Sir, remember everyone, it is TR condition which I tell the students to remember. One is you should have the tax invoice, debit note or such other document as told by rule number 36. Rule number 36 goes ahead and says, Ramesh, you should have, number 1, you should have birds. Birds mean you should have description, quantity, value, tax, nahi, DVT, GP, description, value, tax, GST number and place of supply in case of interstate supply. Sir, if fraud, willful misstatement and suppression say any tax was paid, you will not get the credit. Supplier should show in GSTR 1 and the amount should come in your 2B. Only then you can take the credit. In AA, they wrote the same thing. Supplier should show in GSTR 1 and the details should come in your 2B. Only then you can take the credit. And BA point was there. So along with the first point is all these are attached. In 2B, ITC is not restricted. Only then you can keep the credit. Done, sir. This point is clear. The B point went ahead and told you should have received the goods, services or both. Only then you can take the credit. C went ahead and told over here tax paid to government. Means supplier should have paid the tax to the government. Only then you can take the credit. But sir, for the time being you can take the credit. For the time being, you can take the credit. Tell your supplier to go ahead and pay the tax to the government on or before next year, 30th September. If he pays, you can keep the credit. If it does not pay on or before 30th of September, then Baba, you have to go ahead and reverse the credit on or before 30th November. You reverse the credit, might be in October or November, you go ahead and reverse the credit. If you reverse, there is no interest which is payable. But if you don't reverse on or before 30th November, after that you reverse, then you have to pay along with interest. Sir, supplier filed his GST 3B, paid the tax later. Can I take the credit again? Yes, Baba. And D point went ahead and told you should have received the goods. 1 minute. Return should be filed by the recipient. So supplier should have paid the tax and I should have filed my return to take the credit. Return should be filed by the recipient. Basically, I should have filed my GST 3B. Only then I can go ahead and take the credit. Remember, T for T, R, T, 1 minute. T, R, T, R is the main condition which is there. Tax invoice, etc. wala point. In this, I mentioned A and BA wala point also. ठीक है सर. R for receipt of goods, T for tax paid to government, and R for return which is filed by the recipient. Only then the credit will be given. Please tell me everyone, are we all 100% clear till here? Can we go ahead everyone? Yes, sir, this point is clear. The next one over here is, sir, if you are going ahead and receiving one invoice you have received, but goods you have received against this invoice in January, February, and March. I want to ask you guys, I have received one invoice, but against this invoice, I am receiving the goods in January, February, and March. When can I take the credit? Can you tell me, everyone? I am going to receive one invoice, and for this invoice, I am going ahead and receiving the goods in January, February, and March. When can I go ahead and take the credit? Sir, if goods against an invoice are received in lots, if goods against an invoice are received in lots, sir, if goods against an invoice are received in lots or installment, registered person can go ahead and avail the ITC on receiving the last lot or the last installment which is there. Are we all clear till here, everyone? Sir, the interest paid by the recipient on reversal, then the supplier filed his GST 3B. So will I get the interest also back? Baba, interest you pay and forget. Interest you never get back. You only get the credit back. You don't go ahead and get the interest back. Vamsi, are we clear? Yes, sir. Clear. Chalo. Next. Interest, never you get it back from the government. Interest is paid and forgotten. Done, sir? Everyone? Yes, sir. This point is clear. The next one over here is, sir, GSTR 1A was not applicable for January student, but for the May student, anyways, it is applicable. The next one over here is, sir, payment to the supplier should be done within 180 days from the date of the invoice. Sir, if not, then whatever you have gone ahead and taken the credit, you should reverse along with interest thereon in the manner prescribed in the rule number 37. Again, this is a B graded point which by chance they go ahead and ask you in the exam. In my opinion, A graded point is rule number 37A. Everyone over here, rule number 37 goes ahead and says reversal of credit. I'll go ahead and explain you like this, everyone. So for an example, I went ahead and received one invoice on 1st of January. I received one invoice. Okay? This invoice ka 20th February, I will go ahead and file my GSTR 3B and I will go ahead and take the credit which is there. I will tell this is my output tax, this is my input tax. So for an example, when I am filing my GSTR 3B, I told my output tax liability for the month of January is 10 lakh rupees. My input tax rate which is there is 5 lakh rupees and remaining 5 lakh rupees I'll go ahead and pay to the government. So I went ahead and took the credit over here in the month of 20th February. The invoice which was there, the invoice the credit was, for example, 50 lakh invoice, input tax rate was only 5 lakh rupees over here. This 5 lakh rupees I went ahead and took the credit on 20th February. Now listen, from the invoice date, 180 days are given to you. 180 days gets over on 30th June. If I don't go ahead and pay my supplier went ahead and gave me the invoice on 1st January, I took the credit, maja aram se 20th February. If you don't go ahead and pay your supplier within 180 days, so when does 180 days gets over? In the month of June. June month, if you by June, if you don't go ahead and make the payment, then June month ka when you will file the return, sir, 20th of July, I will go ahead and file my GSTR 3B. Then Baba, remember one thing, if you did not go ahead and make the payment within 6 months, whichever month the 180 days gets over, next day when you are filing your GST 3B, whatever was the credit which you have gone ahead and taken, please go ahead and pay it back to the government. When you go ahead and pay it back to the government, sir, you took the credit here, you are paying it back to the government here, you have to pay along with interest. That's all they are going in and telling. Reversal of ITC on non-payment of the consideration. Registered person shall reverse an amount equal to the ITC in respect of the supply, proportionate to the amount not paid. So for example, I had made 50% payment to the supplier already, so only 50% amount which I have not paid, for that reversal will happen along with interest while filing the GSTR 3B for the tax period immediately following 180 days. So I have received one invoice over here, 180 days gets over in June month. When I am going in and filing my return June month ke liye, I will file, when does June month ka return go? On 20th July. When I am filing the GSTR 3B for the month of June, whatever credit I had taken, I have to reverse along with interest. And that's what they are telling. And remember one thing, there is no reversal with respect to this 3 point. No reversal whenever supplies on which tax is payable under RCM. You tell me one thing, my supplier went in and supplied me. I paid the tax under RCM and I took the credit. Baba, no reversal required because supplier is not paying the tax to the government. Here, government says, Ramesh, you paid the tax under reverse charge and you took the credit. Now, don't pay anything to the supplier. Doesn't matter. Let him go to hell. So, in this scenario, supplies on which tax is payable under RCM. If I have to pay the tax under RCM, if I have to pay the tax under RCM, then Baba, what they are trying to say over here, sir, supplies on which you have to pay the tax under RCM. For that, even if you don't pay the supplier, so supplier went ahead and gave me some goods or service, I paid the tax under RCM, I can keep the credit. Whether I pay to the supplier or don't pay, doesn't matter. The next one, supplies without consideration, that is schedule 1 ka supply. Sir, supplier has gone ahead and given me a supply on which there is no amount payable, only without consideration he has gone ahead and given. When I don't have to pay him anything, there is no reversal etc which will happen. And on that part of value of supply which is met by the recipient, I'll tell you, supplier went ahead and gave me a machine of 1 lakh rupees. Of the 1 lakh rupees, on behalf of the supplier, I have already paid his vendor 50,000 rupees. So when I have already paid on his behalf 50,000 to his vendor, supplier ka vendor, out of the 1 lakh, 50,000 is already paid by me. So reversal will happen only on for the balance 50,000 which is there. That's all they have gone ahead and told over here. Sir, supplier gave me an invoice. I took the credit. Later, I did not make the payment of the invoice within 6 months. So I went ahead and reversed the credit. Okay? So later I paid the supplier. I paid the supplier the invoice amount. If I pay the supplier the invoice amount, can I take the ITC again, sir? Yes, Baba, they are telling, sir, supplier gave you an invoice, you took the credit. You took it. You took the credit. Later, you did not make the payment to him within 6 months, you reversed the credit. Then you made the payment to him, take the credit again. That's all they're trying to tell over here. Next. ITC can be taken again when the payment is made to the supplier. There is no time limit to regain. If you make the payment to the supplier after 5 years also, no time limit, you can go ahead and take the credit after 5 years also. This is rule number 37. Rule number 37, I'll go ahead and tell you again over here. Listen to me very carefully. Supplier went ahead and gave me an invoice. I should make the payment within 180 days. If I don't make the payment within 180 days, after 180 days gets over, whatever GST or 3B I am filing, I have to go ahead and reverse the credit. That's all they are going ahead and telling. Sir, then later I made the payment to the supplier, I can take the credit again. Remember, reversal has been done with interest, but interest you will not get it again. If you make the payment to the supplier, you will take the credit again, not the interest. You will not get the interest back. Is my point 100% clear to all? Can we go ahead, everyone? Are we all 100% clear till here? Is everyone there with me? Quickly tell me. Is everyone there with me? Can we go ahead, everyone? Are you all 100% clear with these points, everyone, whichever I have told? Yes, sir. Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead, everyone. Now, section number 16.1 done. Section number 16.2 done. Section number 16.3 now. Section number 16.3 goes ahead and says what? Section number 16.3 goes ahead and says, section number 16.3 says, registered person, if claiming depreciation on the tax component of the capital goods and plant and machinery under Income Tax Act, no ITC on the tax component. What they are going ahead and telling over here. So for an example, I went ahead and bought one machine for 1 crore rupees and I paid GST of 18 lakh rupees. I have two options. See, 1 crore to anyways I will depreciate. 18 lakh rupees which is there, I have two options. For the GST which is there, I can go ahead and take the ITC of the credit GST which is there, or this 18 lakh which is there, I can add it to the capital asset. I can go ahead and capitalize it and claim depreciation. See, if I buy a machine for 1 crore plus GST, 1 crore to anyways I will go ahead and depreciate. But this 18 lakh which is there, 18 lakh either I can go ahead and take the input tax credit, or 18 lakh I can go ahead and capitalize with the machine and claim depreciation. That's all they have gone ahead and told over here. In your exam, if they go ahead and tell you, Ram bought a one machine for 1 crore rupees plus 18 lakh GST. 1 minute, everyone. Hey, Vamsi, you don't waste your time typing such long queries which are there. You are not listening to what I am telling. You listen to me what I am telling. 1 o'clock, you call me. I will go ahead and explain your doubts which are there. You are typing unnecessarily such long doubts. What I am telling, you are missing out on that. Okay? And concentrate in the class now. After 1 o'clock, you call me. I'll go ahead and explain to you. My number 7259276368. I can understand that you don't know that complete section properly. It's okay. After 1 o'clock, you call me. I will go ahead and explain you. It's a revision class. We have to revise. I can't go ahead and sit and talk about it for 2 hours. No, we have to revise, Vamsi. Okay? 7259276368. Anyone who has a doubt, Big doubt which is a small doubt, you can go ahead and tell me. Okay, big doubts, if you go ahead and talk, we will not be able to go ahead with the revision. Everyone over here now. So sir, what are they telling over here? 1 crore rupees, 18 lakh is the GST amount, 1 crore 18 lakh came. So 18 lakh, if they go ahead and say, you can go ahead and take the ITC of 18 lakh and remaining. So sir, either I can take ITC or 18 lakh I can go ahead and capitalize with the asset, and then I can go ahead and claim depreciation. Done sir, this point is clear. So sir, for an example, if I go ahead and tell you, everyone, you have to tell me, I went ahead and bought an asset for 10 lakh rupees and I paid 1.8 lakh GST. So it is 11.8 lakh. I went ahead and capitalized 11.8 lakh. Can you tell me how much input tax rate will I get? Tell me everyone, in this scenario, can you tell me how much input tax credit will I get? You have to tell me how much input tax credit will I get. If I capitalize the entire 11.8 lakh rupees, 11.8 lakh rupees, then can you tell me how much is the input tax credit I'll get? Tell me. How much input tax rate will I get in this scenario? Sir, zero, because this amount also you capitalize, this amount also you capitalize. So, Baba, in this scenario, ITC will be 0. Very good, everyone. Very good, very good, very good. Everyone over here now. Chalo, next. Section number 16.4. Section number 16.4 goes ahead and says, Section number 16.4 goes ahead and says, what is the maximum time limit to go ahead and claim the ITC with respect to any invoice or any debit note? Baba, if I have gone ahead and received one invoice, everyone listen to me very carefully. This is the year, supposingly 24-25. I have gone ahead and received one invoice which is there. I have gone ahead and received one invoice with respect to 24-25 which is there. Okay? This invoice ka, when can I take the credit? If I have received the invoice for an example in June, Baba, no problem. 20th July you can take it. 20th August you can take it. Next month you take. Next month you take. Whenever return you are filing after this date, you can go ahead and take the credit. But the maximum time limit to take is 30th of November, on or before 30th November, or annual return का actual date. Annual return का due date is 31st of December, but actual date of filing supposingly is 15th of August. You went ahead and filed your annual return filed. Then Baba, remember the last date to claim the credit with respect to the invoice will be annual return ka date, actual date of filing. But supposingly if annual return I did not file over here, I filed my annual return over here, then the 30th November will be the date when I can go ahead and take the credit. Always remember one thing, everyone, what I am going ahead and telling over here. Sir, if annual return is filed here, then 30th November or annual return, whichever is earlier, you can take the credit. Sir, it means on or before 30th November, you should be able to take the credit. If I filed annual return before, then the last date to take the credit will be annual return ka date which is there. Done, sir. This point is clear. So, sir, 30th day of November following the end of the financial year or actual date of furnishing annual return, whichever is earlier. Done, sir. This point is clear. So tell me one thing, everyone. If I go ahead and ask you, I went ahead and received one invoice on in 2023-24. I have gone ahead and received one invoice, or I have received one invoice, or I have received one debit note. ठीक है? Annual return filed 20th October. Can you tell me in this scenario, what is the last date I can go ahead and take the credit? Annual return is filed on 20th of October over here. It means 30th November is here and annual return is already filed for the year on 20th October. So, sir, 30th November or annual return ka filing date, whichever is earlier. So, last date to go ahead and take the credit will be 20th of October. Done, sir. This point is clear. Done. Very good, everyone. Chalo, next. Everyone, listen to me very carefully. This is one clarification which is with respect to section number 16.4. People, tell me one thing, everyone. I will ask you one question. Please listen carefully. It's an amendment ka part. This amendment was applicable for January exam. Now applicable for, not January. It was applicable for January and onwards. So January also it was applicable. Now May also it is applicable. Okay, everyone. Now listen to me very carefully. I'll ask you one question. For example, I received some supplies in the year 24-25. People, please concentrate. Please listen carefully. Okay? Please concentrate. Very easy, but listen. 24-25, supposingly year 24-25, in the month of June, I received some supply on which I have to pay GST under RCM. Can you tell me if the supplier is unregistered person and if the supplier is unregistered and I have received the supplies on which I have to pay GST under RCM, which document first of all I have to make? Can you tell me everyone which document I have to go ahead and make? First of all, can you tell me which document I have to go ahead and make everyone? In this scenario, sir, if the supplier is unregistered, he will not go ahead and give you a tax invoice. In case of RCM, you should make your tax invoice yourself. So I should make my tax invoice saying, sir, I have received supplies from an unregistered person. I have to pay GST under RCM. Yes, Baba, self invoice, which we call self invoice. Correct, correct, correct. Very good, very good. So I have to make my self invoice and I have to pay the GST under RCM and I can take the credit. Do you guys agree with me? So for an example, I received the supplies in the month of June. In the month of June, I made my tax invoice. I paid the tax to the government on 20th July and I can take the credit on the same month, 20th July. I can go ahead and take the credit. Do you guys agree with me? Yes. So what they are trying to tell over here is, you should make your tax invoice, pay the GST to the government and you can take the credit, no problem. Okay? When should you make the tax invoice? When should I make my own self-invoice? Baba, self-invoice, when should I make? Remember, self-invoice you should always make in case of RCM, the day you made the payment or 61st day from the date of invoice, whichever is earlier. On the time of supply, you make your self-invoice. Whenever it is the time of supply, you should make your self-invoice which is there. Okay, sir, done point. This point is clear. For example, the day I made the payment was in the month of June only and this is the day I should make the self-invoice. Okay, everyone? Is everyone 100% clear till here? That I made the payment in the month of June only. 61st day is coming here somewhere. So, sir, on the date of self-invoice, I will go ahead and June month may only I'll make my self-invoice. So, June month when I make my self-invoice, I can go ahead and take the credit on 20th July. Is my point clear to all? Please tell me everyone, are you all clear with this point first? Sir, I made the self-invoice in the month of June. June month ka when I will file the return on 20th July, I will go ahead and take the credit. But, supposingly, I did not go ahead and make my self-invoice only. Arey everyone, you have to tell yes, no, yes sir, got it. Did you guys understand the self-invoice wala concept which I am telling over here? First of all, only then you will understand the amendment. So, if you tell yes, no, if you are telling no sir, I did not understand, then I will repeat. If you are telling yes, I will go ahead. Can we go ahead everyone? Is this point clear to all? Okay, now listen. This is the year 2024-25. In the month of June, I went ahead and made the payment. Because I have received one supplies from one person who is unregistered, but I have to pay the tax under RCM. I went ahead and made the payment to him in the month of June. So June month when I have gone and received the supply, I should have made my tax invoice, paid the tax under RCM and gone ahead and taken the credit on 20th July. I should have taken the credit and used it off. But you know what everyone, you forgot to make your self-invoice. You did not make your self-invoice. You did not pay the tax under RCM. After this year, whole year got over, 25-26 also, in the year 25-26, GST officer told you, hey, you did not pay the GST under RCM. Why? I told, sir, sorry, I did not know. In the month of, for an example, 25-26 May, any month, you go ahead and take. Might be in the month of August, the GST officer caught you and told, hey, why didn't you go ahead and pay the tax under RCM last year? I told, sir, sorry, I didn't know. And hence I did not pay. I did not raise the self-invoice also. And hence I did not pay. And hence, sir, I did not take the ITC also. You should have raised the invoice. You should have gone ahead and taken the ITC. Yes, sir. You should have raised the invoice, paid the tax and taken the ITC. Now in 20th August month May, the GST officer pointed out. So what you did, here you raised the self invoice, you paid the GST under RCM, and you took the input tax credit. Can you do that? They have gone ahead and told, see here now. Regarding this, they have gone ahead and got one clarification. Clarification on time limit under section number 16.4 in respect of RCM supplies received from unregistered person. So if unregistered person has gone ahead and given me a supply on which I did not know that I have to go ahead. When I received the supply, I did not know that I have to pay the tax under RCM and take the credit. I just received the supplies and forgot it. I did not pay the tax under RCM. Now, sir, next year, the GST officer told me, hey, you did not raise the invoice. So what I did, I went ahead and made the invoice. I paid the GST under RCM and I am going to take the credit now. Can I go ahead and take the credit? What will be the time limit I can go ahead and take the credit? So they went ahead and told over here, in case of supplies received from unregistered person where the tax is to be paid under RCM, where invoice is to be issued by the recipient in accordance with 31(3)(f), means you have to make your self invoice, the relevant financial year for calculation of the time limit for availment of section number 16.4 will be the financial year in which invoice has been issued by the recipient, that is the self invoice has been made, subject to the payment or and fulfillment of other condition. In case recipient issues the invoice after the time of supply. So Baba, here the time of supply was there, you should have raised the invoice here, you are raising the invoice over here, you delayed in making the invoice and paying the tax. No, you have to pay along with interest. They are going ahead and telling, if the recipient issues the invoice after the time of supply and pays the tax, he shall be required to pay tax on such delayed payment. On such delayed payment of tax. What they are telling over here? See, I'll tell you again here. In case supplier receives supplies from unregistered person where the tax has to be paid under RCM, I have to pay the tax under RCM, but I did not pay. Where the invoice is to be issued by the recipient in accordance with 31(3)(f), means self invoice I have to make. The relevant financial year for calculation of time limit under section number 16.4 will be, what is the time limit for going ahead and calculating the time limit? What is the time limit for going ahead and taking the credit? With respect to an invoice, the time limit is next year ka 30th November or annual return ka actual date, whichever is earlier. So they are telling the financial year in which the invoice has been made, the financial year in invoice has been made, that is the self invoice has been made, subject to the payment of tax, means you should have paid the tax and fulfilled other condition. In case the recipient issues the invoice after the time of supply and pays the tax, he shall be required to pay the tax along with interest. Everyone, I'll go ahead and tell you once again. Listen. What is the maximum time limit to take the credit? If this year I have raised the invoice, the next year 30th November annual return ka actual date, whichever is earlier. Done. Now, so for an example, this is the year 2021. You received one supply on which tax is payable under RCM. If you have to pay the tax under RCM, you received the supply from unregistered person. If you have to pay the tax under RCM, you have to make your own tax invoice. So for an example, this is the month of June. You have to make your tax invoice and you will go ahead and make the payment under GST under RCM and you will go ahead and take the credit. Done. For example, June month you have gone ahead and made the payment. So sir, June month is the liability date because I made the payment in the month of June for the RCM supplies. I received some BD leaves from agriculturist. BD leaves from agriculturist. I had to pay GST under RCM. Just for your knowledge, BD leaves by GST is payable under RCM. Agriculturist gave me the BD leaves. I am required to pay the GST under RCM. So I made the payment to him in the month of June. So June month, 20th July I will take the input tax rate. But if I don't go ahead and take the credit, I can take it by next year 30th November for this invoice which I have made. Next year 30th November or annual return ka actual date, whichever is earlier, I can go ahead and take the credit. Is this point clear? Yes sir. Now listen. I did not go ahead and do this drama. I did not make the RCM ka supply pay any tax invoice. I did not pay the GST under RCM. I did not take the credit. 2021 gone. 21-22 gone. 22-23 May, the GST officer caught me and he told, hey, You did not pay the tax? I told, sir, sorry, I did not know I have to pay GST under RCM. No problem. He will tell you, please make your tax invoice, pay the GST under RCM, and take the input tax credit. Now here question came was, if you go ahead and raise the invoice here, you should have raised here, you are raising it later. So you have to raise the invoice and pay the tax under RCM along with interest. Done? Because you delayed the payment of the tax, you have to pay along with interest. Now, what is the maximum time limit I can go ahead and take the credit? But sir, for that year, the time limit is gone. The government says no. The year you raise the self invoice, that year ka next year 30th November or annual return ka actual date, you can go ahead and take the credit of the tax invoice which is there. Just you have to remember, because you raise the tax invoice late, you have to pay the tax under RCM along with interest. And sir, when can I go ahead and take the credit of the RCM tax which is paid? You can take it in the same month, or you can take it later. But the last date will be the year you raise the self invoice. That year ka next year 30th November annual return ka actual date, whichever is earlier tak, I can go ahead and take the credit. The year, Baba, self invoice ka case mein, when can you take the tax under? When you take the credit? The year you raise the self invoice. Baba, RCM ka case mein self invoice you make, when can you take the credit? If I raised one self invoice in this year, the year I raise the self invoice, remember, that year ka next year 30th November or annual return ka actual date which was earlier. Doesn't matter. Might be I have received one RCM supply before 3 years. I forgot to raise the invoice. I am raising the invoice now. You raise the invoice now. This year ka next year 30th November annual return ka actual date whichever is earlier tak, you can go ahead and take the credit. Is my point clear to all? In case of RCM supply, the year you raise the self invoice, that year ka next year 30th November or annual return ka actual date, you can go ahead and take the credit. Is this point clear to all? Sir, if I would have raised the invoice this year, then Baba, this year ka annual return ka actual date or whichever is earlier. Sir, I would have raised the invoice this year, then Baba, this year related, next year 30th November or annual return ka actual date whichever is earlier. If you raise the invoice in 22-23, then Baba, you can go ahead and take the credit by 30th November 2023 or the annual return ka actual date whichever is earlier. Is this point clear to all? Shall I tell again or got it everyone? The only problem being, because you should have gone in and raised the invoice here, you have gone in and raised invoice later. For the differential period, you have to pay interest which is there. Because there is a delay in going in and raising the invoice and paying the tax, you have to pay interest. Interest calculation, I will not go ahead and teach you. Intermediate level, you can remember one thing. I received some supplies in the year 2021 for an example. I forgot raising that self invoice. After 1 year, 2 year, 3 year, GST officer caught me. The year GST officer caught me, I told, okay, sir, I will raise the self invoice. I will pay the tax under RCM. Can I take the credit of that invoice? Yes, no problem. GST officer caught you and told, please pay the tax under RCM. I paid after 2 years. You paid after 2 years, you can take the credit. What is the last date to take that credit? 30th November, annual return actual date, whichever is earlier. Are we all clear, everyone? The year you raise the self invoice, that year ka next year 30th November annual return ka actual date, whichever is earlier, that is the last date to take the credit. Done, sir. This point is clear. Baba, now we have one more amendment, which is section number 16.6. Kids are telling, sir, let's go ahead and take a small break. We come back from the break. Then we learn section number 16.6. I'll go ahead and talk about the amendment. Let's take a quick break, everyone. Let's take a break. How much time, everyone? Sir, time. Now it is 9:18. 9:55. 40, 50. Hey, 9:50. We all resume. Take, I'll give you 5 minutes extra. Take. 9:55. We resume, everyone. Chalo, I'll see you at 9:55, everyone. Let's take a break, everyone. 9:55. Chalo, I'll see you at 9:55, everyone. Let's take a break, everyone. Chalo, let's go ahead. Everyone, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead. Is everyone back? Chalo, quickly, everyone. Is everyone back? Can we go ahead? Yes, sir. Chalo, let's go ahead. Let's go ahead. Let's go ahead. Now, in section number 16, we have section number 16.6, which is there. Let's go ahead and understand what is it talking about. Everyone, tell me one thing. If I go ahead and ask you, everyone over here, for an example, this is the year 2024, 2025. Relating to this year, one invoice is there. Might be the month of July, one invoice is there. July month ka, you should go ahead and take the credit by 20th of August. Yes, sir. If I miss taking in August, I can take in next month. If I miss taking the credit in this month, next month, I can go ahead and take the credit. The maximum time limit, can you tell me everyone, what is the maximum time limit I can go ahead and take the credit with respect to this invoice? Can you tell me everyone, what is the maximum time limit I can go ahead and take the credit with respect to this invoice? Can you tell me everyone? What is the maximum time limit I can go ahead and take the credit with respect to this invoice? Sir, the invoice related credit you can take by 30th November or annual return ka actual date of filing, whichever is earlier. Is this point clear to all? Is this point clear to all, everyone? Yes, sir, this point is clear. Now, here I will tell you the amendment which happened. Okay? Sir, everyone concentrate, listen. July related one invoice is there. This invoice ka maximum time limit to go ahead and take the credit is 30th November, annual return ka actual date, whichever is earlier. You know what happened? 20th October, your registration got cancelled. GST officer cancelled your registration. You did some violation and your registration got cancelled on 20th October. Now, because your registration got cancelled over here, you can't go ahead and take the credit now because anyways your registration is cancelled. Correct? So, how to take the credit with respect to this invoice? You can't take because your registration is cancelled. Now, you will have to apply for revocation. So, what happened over here? You have to file for revocation from your date of cancellation within 90 days. So, for an example, 90 days got over here. By the time 90 days got over, you went ahead within 90 days, you have to file for revocation. You filed for revocation of cancellation. You filed over here. Now, the question which came was, sir, my registration was only cancelled. Once the registration was cancelled, then, sir, I could not take the credit because the time limit went. My registration was cancelled that time. I could not go ahead and take the credit. Now, what to do? So, government went ahead and told, no problem. You went ahead and applied for revocation of your cancellation order. You wanted to get it revoked. You went ahead and applied for revocation. Once revocation application you gave, here revocation order came that okay, we are going ahead and revoking the registration which was cancelled. Once revocation order comes, they are going ahead and telling now you can go ahead and take the credit which you could not take because your registration was cancelled during that time. I hope this point is clear. What are they telling? See, amendment. When registered person ka registration is cancelled, when registration of a registered person is cancelled and subsequently the cancellation of registration is revoked by an order either under section number 30 or by any order of the appellate authority, appellate tribunal or court, the revocation order was passed subsequently. Okay? Then, in respect of a debit note, where the ITC availment in respect of a debit note was not restricted under subsection 4, basically the time limit was still there. But on the date of the order of cancellation, on the date when the cancellation order was given, yes sir, I still had the time to take the credit, but registration got cancelled. Okay. The said person shall be entitled to take the credit of the goods, services or both in a return under section number 39 to be filed on or before 30th November or annual return ka actual date, whichever is earlier. Either these two date you see, whichever is earlier, or they are going ahead and telling, or the period from the date of cancellation of registration or the effective date of cancellation as the case may be till the date of order of cancellation, ठीक है, where such return was filed within 30 days. So what they are telling, you can go ahead and take the credit. You can go ahead and take the credit. The said person shall be entitled to take the credit of the goods, services or both in a return for the period from the date of cancellation or the effective date of cancellation as the case may be till the date of order of revocation, where such return was filed within 30 days from the date of order of revocation, sir, of cancellation of registration, whichever is later. What they are going ahead and telling, now in this scenario, once the, sir, in these two, whichever is later, in this or this, whichever is later. So sir, what do you mean by whichever is later in this two? Listen, this two time limit gone already. After this you applied for revocation. Revocation order came. After the revocation order, you will go ahead and file the returns within the next 30 days. So whichever returns you are going ahead and filing within the next 30 days, in that whichever credit you could not take, this invoice ka credit you could not take, you can go ahead and take the credit now. See, I will read it out again with you guys. See what they are telling. Where the registration is cancelled and subsequent to the cancellation of registration, subsequently the registration is revoked by an order under section number 30, means revocation was done, or because of a court order the revocation was done, and where the ITC in respect of invoice was not restricted, means under section number 16(4) the time limit was not restricted, means 30th November or annual return ka actual date whichever is earlier, the time was still there with me, sir. On the date of order of cancellation, order of cancellation came over here, the time limit was still there with you, you could not take the credit because the registration was cancelled, then they are telling you can go ahead and take the credit. The said person shall be entitled to take the credit for the supply of goods, service in a return. You can go ahead and take the credit in a return which is filed on 30th November or annual return ka actual date whichever is earlier. Sir, this too I could not take it, or they are going ahead and telling for the period which your return you are filing for the period from the date of order of cancellation to the effective date of cancellation as the case may be till the date of order of revocation, where such return is filed within the 30 days. So what they are telling, whichever return you are going ahead and filing in a return under section number 39, so from here till the revocation order, whatever returns will be due, you will be filing within the next 30 days. In that return, you can go ahead, whichever GSTR 3B you are going ahead and filing, in that this invoice ka credit you could not take because the time limit was gone, you can take the ITC with respect to this invoice. Is the point clear to all? Please tell me everyone, can we go ahead? See, they are telling over here, for the period from the date of cancellation or the effective date of cancellation as the case may be till the date of order of revocation, where such return, so between this period, whatever returns were there, where such return is filed within 30 days from the order of revocation, and this two ka, this or this ka, whichever is later. Is everyone 100% clear to all? Is this point clear everyone? Can we go ahead? If it is not clear, I want you guys to see it again and again. Later, you will be able to recall. So what they are telling over here, if this invoice is there, I'm telling you again, if this invoice is here, the invoice ka credit you could have taken on 30th November annual return ka actual date, but your registration got cancelled here. Then they are going in and telling now you'll apply for revocation, a revocation order will come. So between this date, whatever returns were due, you have to file within the next 30 days. When you are filing the return within the next 30 days after the revocation order, the invoice of which credit could not be taken, you can go ahead and take the credit. Now, when you are filing all the pending returns between this period, whatever returns are pending this period, you will file it within the next 30 days. Then you can go ahead and take the credit of this invoice, which you did not go ahead and take. I hope this point is clear to all. Yes, sir, this point is clear. Chalo, let's go ahead, everyone. The next one over here. So here, section number 16.6 is the amendment ka point, everyone. I want you guys to see section number 16.6 and section number 16.4, which I have explained 2 to 3 times again and again. Only if you go ahead and see it again and again, 2 to 3 times at least, you will be able to 100% get it. Chalo, let's go ahead. Everyone over here now. Now comes section number 17. In section number 17, the most important part. In section number 17, the only important part which is there, which you have to go ahead and understand, is block credit, everyone. Everyone, listen to me very carefully. Block credit, 100% A graded, you will see in your exam. There are 2 or 3 small points also, which we'll go ahead and discuss. Everyone over here now, listen. Blocked credit. Block credit goes ahead and talks about what are the credits which you will. Block credit goes ahead and talks about, sir, there are some item on which you will not get the credit even if you are going ahead and using it for your business, and that is told by block credit over here. Block credit, section number 17.5. A, motor vehicle. Any motor vehicle which you go ahead and buy for your business, which is for transportation of person, where the seating capacity is less than equal to 13, including the driver. Remember one thing, everyone. In section number 17, nothing is important other than one point, which is block credit for you guys. Block credit means the first point which they are telling the credit is block is if you buy a motor vehicle which is meant for transportation of goods, transportation of person. Remember one point when you learn block credit. All credits are allowed. If you are buying anything for your business, all credits are allowed unless it is specifically blocked. If anything is blocked, then only it is blocked. Otherwise, I bought this pencil for my business, I'll get the credit. I bought this remote, I will get the credit. You are getting all credit unless it is blocked if you buy the item for your business. It says motor vehicle for transportation of person plus approved seating capacity is less than equal to 13, including the driver. So if I buy a car which is seating capacity is 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Remember, if I go ahead and buy a car for my business, basically for transportation of directors or my employees going home, coming back to my business. Baba, remember one thing, if you are buying a motor vehicle for transportation of person and approved seating capacity is less than equal to 13, then the credit will be blocked. They are telling over here, motor vehicle for transportation of person, approved seating capacity is less than equal to 13, the credit will be blocked. Now you will tell me, sir, people, I want to go ahead and ask you, I bought a motor vehicle for transportation of person, approved seating capacity. Seating capacity is less than equal to 13, excluding the driver. Will I get the credit? Including me. Including driver, if it is 13, then it is blocked. I am telling if it is excluding the driver 13. They will tell you in the exam. Excluding the driver, it is 13. It means, sir, including the driver, it will be more than 13. It will be 14. If you include, excluding the driver 13 means if you include the driver, it will become 14. 14 ka credit is allowed. 13 is, Baba, over here. They have gone ahead and told 13 ka credit is blocked. If it is 13, the credit is blocked. Done, sir. This point is clear. The next one over here. So motor vehicle, if you buy for transportation of person, plus the approved seating capacity is less than equal to 13, then the credit is blocked. But if it is less than equal to 13, excluding the driver, means including the driver, it will become 14 and you will get the credit. My question to all of you, I bought a bus for transportation of my employee. The seating capacity is 20. Will I get the credit or I will not get the credit? Bus, the approved seating capacity is 20. I bought for my business. Will I get the credit? Bus, will I get the credit, everyone? Bus, will I get the credit, everyone? Please tell me, for bus, will I get the credit? Yes, sir, because only if it is up to 13, the credit is blocked. If it is more than 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, you will get the credit. Yes, sir, you will get the credit. But remember, they have gone ahead and told over here, motor vehicle for transportation of person, approved seating capacity less than equal to 13, the credit is blocked. But exception is when it is used for making taxable supply, namely further supply of such motor vehicle. If you are going in and further supplying such motor vehicle, or you are using it for transportation of passenger, okay, further supply if you are doing transportation of passengers who are paying you fare. You are a cab driver, you bought a car, you will get the credit, or you are using it for training or driving, training classes, motor vehicle training classes, they will go ahead and get the credit. Further supply, transportation and training, you will get the credit. Chalo, I'll go ahead and ask you one question. I am Maruti Suzuki ka authorized dealer. We go ahead and buy car from Maruti Suzuki, which we can show it to our customer use it for trial run, demo car. My question is, if my company is a car company, we go ahead and buy demo car so that the customers can use the demo car for going ahead and buying a new car. Such kind of car, if they want to buy, they will first take a test drive. So for test drive, if my company goes ahead and buys car from Maruti Suzuki, will we get the credit? Yes or no is my question, everyone. You understood my question? We are a authorized dealer of Maruti Suzuki. We bought a demo car from the company because similar kind of cars we are going ahead and supplying to customer. Not this one, but similar kind of car. Whenever customer comes, we go ahead and sell them. My question over here, will I get the credit of the demo car is the question. Yes or no? You have to tell me, everyone. Very important. This time they will go ahead and ask you this point. Remember. Demo car, will I get the credit or I will not get the credit is the question. Demo cars. See, yes, they have gone ahead and clarified over here. In the amendment, this point is there that, sir, will I get credit of the demo car which are bought by me? Because you are going to use demo car for making further supply of such. Means I'm a Hyundai car authorized dealer. We bought demo car so that we can show to the customer the demo car, and such kind of car customers will buy. So Baba, they have gone ahead and told whenever you're going ahead and you are making taxable supply, namely further supply of such kind of motor vehicle. So Baba, if I'm going in and making further supply of this kind of demo cars which are there, I am further supplying to the customer. I am not supplying this car, but I am supplying this kind of car to the customer, such cars to the such motor vehicles to the customer. I will get credit of the demo car is what is the amendment. Amendment में one clarification has come. Sir, availability of ITC on demo car which were sitting capacity less than equal to 13. Will I get credit of the demo car? They have gone ahead and told over here ITC of demo car is not blocked. It is not blocked means the credit is always allowed. Please remember this, everyone. This is just for a reading purpose. See, demo car we buy so that we can show it to the customer and customer can buy such cars. Not exactly the demo car, not the demo car. They will buy such kind of cars, and hence motor vehicle which is a demo car which is bought by an authorized dealer, the credit will be allowed. This is the point of amendment. Demo cars credit is always allowed. You can write and keep over here that, sir, demo car ITC available. Write and keep so that you already have covered the amendment here only. Please write and keep demo car, the ITC is available. Please write and keep, everyone. Done, sir. This point is clear. The next one over here. So, sir, did you guys write, everyone? Demo car, the ITC will be always available. The next is, everyone, vessel and aircraft. Ship and aircraft, if you go ahead and buy for your business, the credit will always be bought. The credit will always be blocked. Shahrukh Khan went ahead and bought one ship, one aircraft for his business. But remember, the credit is always blocked. Ship and aircraft, the credit is always blocked. Okay? Except when it is used for making taxable supply, namely further supply, transportation of passenger, and if you are using it for training on navigating ship or flying of aircraft, if you are going in and using that, the credit is blocked. Vessel and aircraft is always the credit is blocked, but always if they are going in and telling, we will go ahead and allow if you are using it for further supplying such motor vehicle, such ship and aircraft, transportation of passenger and training. I went in and bought a ship for selling the ship. I will get the credit. I bought an aircraft to transport passenger, Indigo Airline for transportation of passenger, they will get the credit. I bought an aircraft to give training in aircraft, I will get the credit. Done, sir. This point is clear. Now, they have gone ahead and told also over here, vessel and aircraft, if you go ahead and buy for transportation of goods, the credit will be allowed. So I went ahead and bought a ship for transportation of goods, I will get the credit. I bought an aircraft for transportation of goods, I will get the credit. Mukesh Ambani ka company bought an aircraft for transportation of goods, they will get the credit, everyone. Now I want to go ahead and ask you one question. I bought a truck, motor vehicle for transportation of goods, will I get the credit? Truck for transportation of goods, will I get the credit? My question to all of you is, I bought a truck for transportation of goods, will I get the credit is my question. Sir, transportation of person, the credit is blocked. Transportation of goods, it is not blocked. If it is not blocked, you will always get the credit. If it is not blocked, the credit is always allowed. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Very good. Very good. See, listen to me very carefully. I went ahead and told you about motor vehicle. Yes, sir. Motor vehicle you went ahead and told. Motor vehicle which is for transportation of person, sitting capacity is less than equal to 13. The credit is blocked. Done, sir. Number 1, motor vehicle. Number 2, transportation of person, sitting capacity less than equal to 13, including the driver, blocked. But it will be allowed if you are using for further supply, transportation of passenger, and you are using for training, then the credit will be allowed. Done, sir. This point is clear. If I go ahead and do vessel and aircraft, if I go ahead and talk, sir, vessel and aircraft for transportation of person, and it can be transportation of goods. Goods is also allowed over here. Person which is there, you have to go ahead and see that the credit is blocked. Shah Rukh Khan bought an aircraft for his transportation, blocked. But it will be allowed if it is using for further supply. If you are going ahead and buying one ship or aircraft, to go ahead and rent out one ship or aircraft, to sell one ship or aircraft, you will get the credit. Further supply means supply can include sale, transfer, barter, anything. Done, sir. Or you are using for transportation of person, or you are using for training, then you will get the credit. I hope this point is clear to all of you. Here also allowed, here also allowed. Now, one point which I want to tell you, wherever the credit is blocked, if you are getting servicing done, insurance done, repair and maintenance done, when you get servicing done, insurance done, repair and maintenance done, whatever GST you pay, that ITC is also blocked. But wherever the credit is allowed, if you get servicing done, insurance done, repair and maintenance done, ITC will also be allowed of the servicing, insurance and repair and maintenance. So remember, if transportation of goods के लिए use vessel and aircraft, if you get servicing, insurance, repair and maintenance, ITC will be allowed. Sir, passengers के लिए, person के लिए, transportation of person के लिए, if you buy vessel and aircraft, servicing, insurance, repair and maintenance, also ITC will be blocked. But further supply, transportation and training के लिए, then Baba, remember, ITC is allowed of the main motor vehicle, servicing, insurance, repair and maintenance, also ITC will be allowed. What I am going ahead and telling over here is, sir, services of servicing, insurance, repair and maintenance. Sir ka credit, servicing, insurance, repair and maintenance. Servicing, insurance, repair and maintenance. Remember, the credit is blocked. But if I go ahead, where motor vehicle, vessel and aircraft is used for specified purpose. Tell me one thing, main motor vehicle pe credit is allowed, servicing, insurance, repair and maintenance credit is allowed. Main motor vehicle pe credit is blocked, servicing, insurance, repair and maintenance credit is blocked. Remember this point, everyone. I went ahead and bought one motor vehicle for transportation of my directors. 4 is the seating capacity. I will not get the credit of the motor vehicle. For servicing, whatever GST I pay, I will not get the credit. For insurance, whatever GST I pay, I will not get the credit. For repair and maintenance, whatever GST I pay, I will not get the credit. I hope this point is clear. But I went ahead and bought a motor vehicle for going ahead and doing further supply, transportation of passenger, or I am giving training in that motor vehicle. If that motor vehicle I get servicing, motor vehicle pay credit is allowed. That motor vehicle, if I get servicing, insurance, repair and maintenance, the credit will be allowed. Main vehicle you have to see, motor vehicle, vessel or aircraft. Main vehicle pay credit is allowed, servicing, insurance, repair and maintenance credit is allowed. Main vehicle pay credit is blocked, servicing, insurance, repair and maintenance also credit is blocked. Done, sir. This point is clear. Then, remember, if these 3 services, which are servicing, insurance, repair and maintenance, if you are going in and using the motor vehicle for specified purpose, which is further supply, transportation of passenger and training, the credit will be allowed. When it is received by a taxable person who is engaged in manufacturing of motor vehicle, vessel and aircraft, who is engaged in what, everyone? Manufacturing of motor vehicle, vessel and aircraft. Remember, everyone, what they are telling, when it is received by a taxable person engaged in manufacturing of motor vehicle, vessel and aircraft. So, sir, I am manufacturing car, ship, aircraft. Baba, for me, ship, aircraft, cars, etc. I am a manufacturer. Tatas manufacture car. For them, car is not car. Car is goods for them. And goods, if they take insurance, servicing, repair and maintenance, they will get the credit. What they are telling is, if you are manufacturing motor vehicle, vessel and aircraft, and you take any servicing, insurance, repair and maintenance ka service, you will get the credit. If you are going ahead and supplying general insurance services in respect of such motor vehicle, vessel insured by him, sir, I am into the business of giving insurance services. I insured one car. This car ko, if anything happens, I have to get the servicing done. I will send the car to repair and maintenance one showroom. I will get the servicing done. So I am an insurance company. Everyone listen carefully. I am an insurance company. I am insuring one car. This car ko anything happens, we will get the repairing done. So if I get the repairing done as an insurance company, if I've insured one car, anything happens to the car, I will get the repairing done. So when repairing ka bill will come to the insurance company, can insurance company take the credit? They were then clarified, yes. I hope this point is clear to all of you. Yes, sir, this point is clear. Baba, motor vehicle, vessel and aircraft mein, please remember this point. Very, very important. Done, sir. This point is clear. Now, this one point which I have gone ahead and told over here. Motor vehicle pe credit is allowed. Credit is blocked. Motor vehicle ka credit is blocked. But then they told motor vehicle does not include a vehicle running upon fixed rail. Baba, train. If supposingly Mukesh Ambani purchased a train, Baba, train is not motor vehicle. It means whatever GST he'll pay, he will get the credit. Motor vehicle does not include rail. ठीक है? Or a vehicle of special type for use in factory or closed premises. You know this. Vehicles which are used in factories for picking up cartons, etc. Any vehicle which is used in a closed premises, that vehicle is not motor vehicle. It means you will get the credit. Okay. Or a vehicle having less than 4-wheel, means 3-wheeler or 2-wheeler, with engine capacity up to 25cc is not motor vehicle. It is not motor vehicle means ITC will be allowed. If it's a supposingly 2-wheeler with only 20cc ka engine, 25cc ka engine, that is not motor vehicle and ITC will be allowed. Remember this 3 point, I like it. Motor vehicle does not include. Does not include means these 3 are not motor vehicle. If they are not motor vehicle, credit will be allowed. It does not include a vehicle running up on rail. Baba, rail is not motor vehicle. Vehicle of special type which is used in factories, etc. is not motor vehicle, or vehicle having less than 4-wheel and engine capacity is up to 25cc is also not motor vehicle. If it is not motor vehicle, you will get the input tax credit. Done, sir. This point is clear. The next one over here is following goods and service, the credit will always be allowed. The credit will always be blocked. Following goods and service, the credit will always be blocked. What are the goods and service for which the credit will always be blocked? They have gone ahead and told over here. Number 1. Food and beverages, you told your employees it is Friday or it is Saturday, weekend has started, we will go ahead and order some biryani. Biryani ka bill will come, you will not get the credit. Outdoor catering, you went ahead and told Women's Day celebration, we will go ahead and call one person who will do the catering for all the women in the office, will give the food. Baba, in this scenario, outdoor catering, you will not get the credit. Beauty treatment, you will never get the credit. You got some salon services done, all those bills you will give in the office, you will never get the credit. Remember, beauty services, never credit. Shah Rukh Khan ka beautician gave the bill in the Shah Rukh Khan ka company, they will not get the credit. Beauty treatment, there is no credit at all. Leasing, renting, hiring of motor vehicle, vessel and aircraft referred to in clause A or AA. A or AA. We went ahead and understood this vessel and aircraft. Baba, vessel and aircraft credit is blocked. But if I am in the business of renting, hiring motor vehicle, if I am into the business of renting motor vehicle, if I take a motor vehicle on rent, the credit will be allowed. But what they are going in and telling over here, listen. I buy a car for use of my director, the credit is blocked because I am not into a business of supplying the car. I bought a car for use of my director, the credit is blocked. If I buy a car for use of my directors or my employees, which is there, the credit is blocked. Even if I don't buy and take it on rent or lease for my own business, then the credit is blocked. But if I buy a car and sell a car, I get the credit. I buy a car, I lease a car, I get the credit. I rent a car, I take it on rent and give it on rent, the credit is allowed. But if I use it for my own purpose, if I am buying also, credit is blocked. And they are going in and telling leasing, renting, hiring of motor vehicle, vessel and aircraft also credit is blocked. Unless you have gone ahead and used it for specified purpose. What do you mean by specified purpose? I bought a car to sell a car, I will get the credit. I bought a car to rent a car, I will get the credit. I bought a car to lease a car, I will get the credit. I hope this point is clear to all of you. Is everyone 100% clear till here? Can we go ahead, everyone? Are we clear till here? Yes, sir. Next. Now tell me one thing. Leasing, renting, hiring for my business use. If I go ahead and take a car on lease, if I buy a car, if I rent a car, the credit is blocked. Unless I do the same kind of activity for my outward supply. I buy a car to sell a car, I will get the credit. I buy a car to rent a car, I will get the credit. I lease a car to lease a car, I will get the credit. I rent a car to rent a car, I will get the credit. That is okay. Now they are telling, sir, what if you take a machinery on lease? Baba, machinery on lease has never been told that it is blocked. ITC will always be available. What they are talking about? Motor vehicle, vessel and aircraft. They are not talking about machine over here. Machine ka ITC will always be allowed. The next is health services. One employee of your organization was hospitalized. That employee was admitted in a room where the room charges were 10,000, 15,000. The hospital charged the GST. Companies will never get the credit. Health services, you will not get the credit. Cosmetic and plastic surgery. Shah Rukh Khan ka company went in and sent Shah Rukh Khan for getting the plastic surgery done. Baba, plastic surgery ka bill will come. Beautification credit is never allowed. GST charge also, you will not get the credit. Life and health insurances, if you take, always remember one thing, all these items, there is no credit at all. But then they went ahead and told if same category it is, means food and beverages wala giving to another food and beverages wala, credit he will be allowed. Same category, credit will always be allowed. One caterer giving to another caterer, credit will be allowed. Leasing, renting, hiring a motor vehicle wala is giving me leasing, renting and hiring a motor vehicle because I am going to lease, renting or motor vehicle, then Baba, I will get the credit. They are telling if your outward and your inward is same. So subcontracting, somebody gave it to you and you are going to supply it, then you will get the credit. Same category, you will get the credit. Next, if all these items, you go ahead and take it as an element of a composite supply and mixed supply, you will get the credit. What they are going ahead and telling, if all these items which are there, all these items which are there, you have gone ahead and taken it as an element of your composite or mixed supply. Sir, for what do you mean by this? For an example, I'm an event management company. In the event management company, when the company is managing the event, supposedly one person is getting married, we are managing the event. They went ahead and told, sir, along with event management, food and beverages you only provide. I bought food and beverages to provide food and beverages. He told, sir, catering also you take care. I took caterer ka services so that I can provide catering services. Listen, here all this becomes an composite supply, and food and beverages, catering was an element of my composite supply. Because all the item become taxable over here, I will go ahead and get the credit because my outward supply is a taxable supply, and all this food and beverages, catering services which I have gone ahead and taken as an event management company, it's a composite supply over here, I will get the credit. I'll give you one more example. I'm an airline company. We give food and beverages to the customer in airline. It's a composite supply. When I buy food and beverages, we will get the credit because the food and beverages which I bought went as an element of my composite supply, which is a taxable supply. So food and beverages which I am giving as a composite supply along with the other supply, these food and beverages when I buy, I will get the credit. That is what is being told over here. Next, you went to your employee, go to the club, enjoy, get me the club membership ka bill. We will go ahead and reimburse it to you. Baba, club membership, health and fitness center membership. Remember, there is no ITC at all. You send your employee to the gym, you send them to the club, whatever bills will come, you will never get the credit of it. The next is travel benefit to employee on vacation. You send all your employees on vacation. You went ahead and send all your employees on vacation. They went to a vacation. The bills which will come for those employees when they went on vacation, whatever the bills will come, remember, there will be no ITC at all. You will not get any credit. Done, sir? Now listen. This, and this, the credit is blocked. This, and this, the credit is blocked. But A, B, 1, 2, 3, the credit will be allowed if it is given, if you have taken this service as a statutory obligation. So for an example, I'll go ahead and tell you life insurance and health insurance. So what they are telling, if all these three services you go ahead and take, which is obligatory under law for employer to provide its employee, then the ITC will be available. Sir, what do you mean by this? For an example, I took outdoor catering service because the Factories Act says that I have to give catering for all my employees. Then if I take catering service, I will get the credit. That's what they're trying to say. If I took life insurance services, life insurance service because I'm a mining company and Mining Act says that I should take insurance of my employee, and because of that I took the insurance, then I will get the credit. If it's a statutory obligation, you will get the credit. The next one over here is on the right hand side, works contract service. And so remember one thing, you went and told one person, please give me works contract service. He got the material, he got the labor, and he gave you works contract service. He made one immovable property for you. Remember, works contract service, whenever you go ahead and take for the construction of the immovable property, you will never get the credit. It means entire amount you should capitalize. You will never get the credit. Works contract service, which is capitalized for construction of immovable property, if you take it, you will never get the credit. For construction of immovable property, if it is plant and machinery, then you will get the credit. For further works contract, then you will get the credit. Sir, can you tell me again, everyone? I will tell you. For an example, I went ahead and told one person, I want to make the building. Can you provide me material also and labor also? He gave me a bill of 1 crore plus 18 lakh GST. He charged me. Remember, this 18 lakh ka ITC you will not get because it's for construction of a immovable property. But you went ahead and told one person, can you go ahead and construct one machine for me? He went ahead and constructed one machine for you, which is attached to the building. Again, immovable property, but it is attached to the building. He gave me material also. He gave me labor also. It's a works contract service, but still because it is plant and machinery which is attached to the building, I will get the credit. Baba, if you get any other thing done, immovable properties, then you will not get the credit. But if it is plant and machinery and relating to that, you told one person, get the material, get the labor, make a plant and machinery for me, then you will get the credit. Done, sir. But remember, if you are giving works contract service and you take works contract service, then you will get the credit. Works contractor can take the credit of the works contract service which is taken. Yes, sir, this point is clear. The next one. But here they have gone ahead and told works contract service which is capitalized, only the credit is blocked. For an example, I went ahead and told one person in my building, okay, listen to me very carefully, everyone. One person gave me works contract service for making the building. He gave me a building bill of 1 crore plus 18 lakh. I went ahead and put this in the balance sheet, capitalized. Then government says, beta, 1 crore ke sath 18 lakh also you capitalize because ITC will not be available. Entire amount to be capitalized. ठीक है? Once building ka one small portion was broken, I went ahead and told Gopal, yes sir, Gopala, you do one thing, you get the material, you get the labor, you basically give me works contract service. What is works contract service? Whenever somebody gets material also and labor also for you and construction immovable property. So he went ahead and got you material and labor and he constructed an immovable property for you. Here he gave you a bill of 10,000 rupees plus 2,000 rupees GST. You went ahead and put this 2,000, 10,000 in your P&L account. You did not capitalize it. Then Baba 2000 ka ITC will be allowed because works contract service ka credit is only blocked when you go ahead and capitalize it. If you capitalize 1 crore, then you capitalize this also. You will not get the credit. But if you show it in your P&L account, the main expense, then Baba you will get the credit. No problem at all. Done, sir. This point is clear. I went ahead and constructed plant and machinery. The credit will be allowed. I went ahead and gave works contract service, then I will get works contract service ka bill, no problem at all. The next one over here, goods services received by a taxable person. Again, I told, hey, who will tell someone to give works contract credit is blocked. I will tell you, hey, you give me material also, you give me, you don't give me material and all. I will buy material also separately, I will hire labor separately and I will get my own building done myself. Baba, remember one thing, if you take good services, you told someone to give material and labor and you took works contract, then the credit is blocked. Even if you say, I will not take works contract, I will buy my own material, I will hire my own laborers and get it done, then also government went ahead and told for construction of immovable property on own account, then also credit will be blocked. But if it is plant and machinery, the credit will be allowed. Sir, if the construction for immovable properties for others, you are going in and doing the construction for others, you are a builder, then you will get the credit. Is my point clear to all? Yes, sir, the point is clear. People, do you guys recall till D point? I want you guys to tell me if everyone is 100% clear with A, which we have gone ahead and learned, A, B, B point, and C and D. Is the point clear to all? If you are clear, then I'll ask you one question and then we'll go ahead. Please tell me, everyone, are we all 100% clear? Yes, everyone, are we all clear? Can we go ahead? Yes, sir. Clear. Chalo, theek hai. Now tell me one thing. Okay. I went ahead and bought material. I bought labor separately. I bought material and I bought labor separately. I went ahead and got one building constructed. Building ka repair done. For the repair, the bill was 10,000 rupees plus GST. I put the repair in P&L account. If you put it in P&L account, then the credit will always be allowed. Remember this point. Here, only the credit is blocked. Only this ITC will be not there only when you have gone ahead and capitalized, means taken into balance sheet. If you put the expense in the P&L account, ITC will always be allowed. Done, sir. They have gone ahead and also told that construction of plant and machinery, the credit is allowed. What do you mean by plant and machinery? Remember, plant and machinery means any apparatus, any equipment, any machinery, any apparatus means any tools, any equipments, any machinery which is there is called plant and machinery. Okay? If it is fixed to the earth by a foundation and a structural support and it is used for making outward supply and includes foundation and structural support. I will go ahead and tell you. For an example, in my building, I went ahead and told someone to make one plant and machinery for me. He went ahead and made a plant and machinery. Remember, if I take works contract service for making the plant and machinery, or I take works contract service for making the foundation, Plant and machinery includes the foundation. If I get any structural support done, remember, works contract service taken for foundation, structural support also, ITC will be always allowed. ITC will always be allowed. They have gone ahead and told foundation and structural support also is included in the plant and machinery. But remember, there are three things for which you will never get the credit. What are the three things, everyone? Remember, land and building, you will never get credit. Civil structure, on the machinery, you told I got a building done. That is a shed for the plant and machinery. No. That ITC will never be allowed. No. Telecommunication tower, no credit. Pipeline outside the factory, no ITC. Pipelines which are laid outside the factory. So, Baba, this is my factory building. Outside the factory building, if I put any pipeline, you will never get the credit. Now, here, relating to this, one small clarification has come. This was the January 25 clarification which was there. Everyone over here now. Clarification on ITC on the duct and manhole used in network of optical fiber cable. Sir, for plant and machinery, even if capitalized, we will get credit. Baba, plant and machinery, yes. Plant and machinery, you will always get the credit. No problem. Dikshita, plant and machinery, no problem. Okay? Where it is blocked, over here, they have gone in and told, if you have gone in and plant and machinery, no problem. You will get the credit. But other immovable properties like buildings, etc., which are there, if you take works contract also, or you construct on your own also, the credit will be blocked if you go ahead and put it in the balance sheet. Sir, if small expense relating to my building is there and I've gone ahead and put in the P&L, then you will get the credit, no problem at all. Done, sir. This point is clear. Now listen. You know duct and manholes which are there. Duct and manholes ke liye they have gone ahead and told. For an example, I'll go ahead and tell you over here. Duct and sir. Duct, your duct and manholes in optical fiber. Yes. See, here this optical fibers will be very thin lines, thin wires, which will be sent to our home. So basically Airtel, from their machine, they will connect one optical fiber to our home and internet connection is given. Now in this scenario, what happened? People went ahead and asked all these optical fiber cables which are there, which are being there, they will be put in a duct. They will be put in a duct which is there, thick duct. The optical fiber will be put, and that duct will be passing through manhole inside the earth and it will come to our home as an internet connection. Now people went ahead and asked, optical fiber network mein all these duct and manholes which are there. What is a duct? Baba, this is a duct pipe. The thick duct pipe which is there, which is outside the thin. Baba, optical fiber cable is very thin. You can't pass it through the earth. So what will happen? This optical fiber from Airtel ka company, they will go ahead and put from their machine, they will go ahead and put this optical fiber in a duct pipe. That duct pipe will pass through the manholes, holes which is built under the earth, and then it will reach our home. Now in this scenario, people went ahead and asked that optical fiber cable which is there, that cable and that manholes which we have gone ahead and built, whatever the GST is there, will we get the credit? So government went ahead and told, so Baba, basically it will happen like this. From here, the network will come to your place. So like this, it will basically pass through the earth and then it will come to your home. So basically from Airtel, the network, that optical fiber cable, thin cable will be put in a duct and then it will pass through the earth and it will come to our home. So Baba, in this scenario, the question which was asked was whether ITC is barred on duct and manhole used in optical fiber cables. So Baba, here the clarification which was given was ITC availment is not restricted in case of duct and manhole. Duct and manholes are not pipelines. They are part of the machinery only, and hence the credit will be always allowed. That's all. Has the clarification come? Please remember, optical fiber cable mein duct and manholes, the credit is always allowed. This was a amendment which was applicable for January also and now May also. Okay, everyone, May ke liye it's not a new amendment. Next. Sir, tax paid under composition ka tax which is paid, there is no credit at all. Remember, composition ka tax, the credit is always blocked. Sir, goods services or both received by NRTP. NRTP, whatever goods services or both are being received, NRTP came from outside India, whatever he will buy in India, the credit is always blocked, other than the goods which are imported. If he is importing some goods, the credit will always be allowed. On importation, he'll pay IGST. That IGST ka credit is only allowed to NRTP. Other than that, anything bought in India, the credit is not allowed. Goods services, if you go ahead and buy for CSR, government says, beta, you are doing CSR, do complete CSR. Corporate social responsibility के लिए company went ahead and bought some laptops distributed among the poor people. That laptops which is bought to be distributed among the poor people, don't go ahead and take the credit, is what the government is going ahead and telling. Goods services are both for personal consumption. Personal consumption, if I buy anything, no credit. Goods lost, stolen. Baba, these are thief cases. I hope you guys remember. Yes, sir. If goods lost, ITC lost. Goods stolen, ITC stolen. Goods destroyed, ITC destroyed. Government ko, people are thief. People go ahead and say, government, sir, GST officer, sir, goods to lost. Officer will say, no problem. ITC also lost. You might have gone ahead and given the gift to your wife and you're telling, sir, these sarees which were bought are lost. Government says, no problem. You're telling lost, I'll say ITC also lost. You're telling stolen, I'll say ITC also stolen. You're telling destroyed, ITC also destroyed. You're telling goods eaten by rat, ITC also eaten by rats. Goods lost, stolen, destroyed, written off by way of gift or, for example, thief cases, Baba, no ITC. This is total thief, complete thief. What is this, sir? This is your tax paid in accordance with 74, 129, 130. It will come in CA final, all this section. Nothing, Baba, you are going on the way. You are being stopped. And they found out that you are trying to evade the tax and they went ahead and recovered the tax from you. Now you will go ahead and give your front party one tax invoice. He will not get the credit because the tax was paid because of a fraud. You will never get the credit of it. That's what they are trying to tell over here, which we had already understood in section number 16. Now, sir, any other point which is an amendment ka point over here? Let me go ahead and see. No, Baba, that's all is in there in the chapter. Everyone over here, listen. Demo card will come in the exam. Please be very careful. Okay, everyone. Now here. Sir, how do we remember this? You can remember it like this. I have gone ahead and told only for classroom purpose. Sir, this guy needs health services. This guy needs little beauty treatment also. Sir, give him little plastic surgery also. Okay? To do all this, he went ahead and took a motor vehicle, vessel or aircraft. And then, so motor vehicle, vessel or aircraft, generally the credit is blocked. He went to a fitness center. Fitness center, if you go ahead and take the membership, the credit is blocked. Then he went to a club. Club also, the credit is always blocked. Club membership credit is blocked. After that, he became bodybuilder. Going to gym, going to club, he became a bodybuilder and he started doing conflict. C for construction. Remember, construction which is capitalized, always the credit is blocked. Construction can be whether you have got works contract done. Construction, I can say works contract, or it can be own construction if you do. If you have capitalized it, remember C for construction, C for capitalized, the credit will always be blocked. Done, sir. This is clear. C for O for outdoor catering. Outdoor catering. The credit is always blocked. N for NRTP ke liye the credit is always blocked. F for food and beverages. The credit is always blocked. LI means life and health insurance, the credit is always blocked. C for composition tax is always blocked. C for CSR, the credit is always blocked. T for travel benefit which you are going ahead and giving to your employee, the credit is always blocked. T for thief cases. Sir, what is thief cases? Goods lost, ITC lost. Goods stolen, ITC stolen. And one is total, complete thief. Sir, what do you mean by total thief? The thief which is caught is called complete thief, total thief. I go ahead and just give it as a name so that student can remember that you are going on the way. You are caught. So, you are complete thief, caught. Whatever tax you pay, you will never get the credit. Remember this point, everyone. Sir, this guy wanted what? Plastic surgery, credit block. Beauty treatment, credit block. You can close your eyes and remember, sir, health services, the credit is blocked. Then you will take a motor vehicle, vessel or aircraft, credit is blocked. After that, you went to the fitness center, credit is blocked. Then you went to the club, the credit is blocked. Then you became a bodybuilder and you started doing conflicts. Conflicts also, the credit is always blocked, everyone. Right? I hope this point is clear to all. C for construction, which is capitalized, the credit is blocked. O for outdoor catering, the credit is blocked. N for NRTP, the credit is blocked. F for food and beverages. L for LI for life insurance, health insurance. C for composition tax, 1%, 1%, the credit is never allowed. And after composition tax, it is C for CSR activity. T for travel benefit, T for thief, and T for total thief. Here we are done with our block credit, everyone. I also told you the most important point. One is OFC. OFC, you will remember this optical fiber cables which are there. They are plant and machinery ka part, and optical fiber cable ka this duct and manholes which are there, which are built basically duct and manhole on the optical fiber, the duct and manholes which are built. The crate is always allowed. ठीक है, डेमो का the crate is always allowed. Please remember this point, everyone. I'll go ahead and close my discussion on section number 17. Baba, section number 17 में all these are not required. I've told you over here 17 1 2 3 4 6 is not applicable for C intermediate, only 5 is applicable, which 100% you will go ahead and see one 4 to 5 marks ka question in your exam. 100% you will see. Done, sir. This point is clear. I'll close my revision on block credit. We have spent some time and we have done it properly. Now, please come to the next one. The next one is section number 18. Please come to the next one. The next one is section number 18. Please come to section number 18, everyone. Are we all 100% clear till here, everyone? Are we all 100% clear till here, everyone? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. ठीक है, I'll do one thing, everyone. I'll give you a 10 minutes का break. ठीक है, I have some work. I'll give you a 10 minutes का break, and 11 we will resume. 10 minutes I'm giving you a break. You guys also relax, and then section number 18 we'll go ahead and start with. Section number 18 we'll go ahead and start with. But before that, I want a 10 minutes ka break. 10:50 it is. 11 o'clock we'll resume, everyone. 11 o'clock we resume. 10 minutes ka break. Go relax, come back. Section number 18 with the amendment which is applicable for January exam. That amendment also will do. We'll do section number 18 and then we'll close the ITC chapter. Let's take a small break. Before that, I want a 10 minutes ka break. 10:50 it is. 11 o'clock we'll resume. 11 o'clock we resume. 10 minutes ka break. Go relax, come back. Section number 18 with the amendment which is applicable for January exam. That amendment also will do. We'll do section number 18 and then we'll close the ITC chapter. Let's take a small break. Go ahead. Let's go ahead, everyone. Is everyone back? Can we go ahead? Yes, sir. Let's go ahead. ठीक है. Now, let's go ahead and move ahead, everyone. Now, we go ahead and move to section number 18, everyone. Let's go ahead and move to section number 18, everyone. Sir, section number 18 from exam point of view. Okay. Might be you see a question, might be you not see a question. But one small amendment which was there for January attempt is also very important for May attempt. Right, everyone? Let's go ahead and do ITC May section number 18 now. Section number 16 was done. Eligibility and condition we had gone ahead and learned. Section number 17, 5 block credit we learned. Then section number 18 which is there, credit in special circumstance. Government have gone ahead and told there are some special circumstances. There are some special circumstances when we will go ahead and give you the credit. From exam point of view, sir, what kind of a section is section number 18? I believe C graded, not very important, but Baba, bad luck can be very bad and it can come in the exam. So we'll go ahead and cover it quickly. Everyone, section number 18 has section number 18.1, 18.2, section number 18.3, section number 18.4, section number 18.5 is total bakwas, nothing, and section number 18.6. Section number 18.1 goes ahead and says that person shall be entitled to take credit of input held in stock, semi-finished goods, whatever is there, and whatever is there in the finished goods, whatever inputs were used, held on the day immediately preceding. In case of a new registration, if you have applied for registration 1 day prior to the date of becoming liable. Sir, we did not understand. Baba, you don't have to understand. You have to revise. See, you became liable over here. Everyone listen carefully. You became liable over here for an example. If you go ahead and apply within 30 days, you applied over here and RC was granted. RC will be valid from here. So, sir, from here, whatever supply is there, I have to go ahead and pay GST. Yes. So if you are going ahead and paying GST, government says the day you became liable, 1 day prior, in your godown, whatever raw material inputs are there, which are still lying in your stock, whatever inputs you have converted into semi-finished goods, whatever inputs you have converted into finished goods, this inputs pay, you would have not gone ahead and taken the input tax credit because you are unregistered during this period. But now you have become registered and you will start going ahead and charging GST for this. So 1 day prior to the date of becoming liable, whatever input is there in stock, input is there in semi-finished goods and input is there in finished goods, you can go ahead and take the ITC. Is this point clear? So, sir, I became liable. I should apply within 30 days. Registration granted. Registration is valid from here. So, from here onwards, I'll start paying the GST. So, I will tell the government when I am going to start paying the GST, whatever is stock lying 1 day prior, whatever is the stock, please go ahead and give me the credit. And government told, please take the credit because you are going to charge GST. I will go ahead and give you the stock credit. And that is what is told. Stock, semi-finished goods and finished goods may, whatever inputs are there, on those inputs, I would not have taken the ITC earlier. Now I can go ahead and take the credit because now I am going to start charging the GST. That is what is told. Date from which you become liable, you can go ahead and take the credit. 1 day prior, preceding the date of becoming liable, 1 day prior, whatever inputs are in your stock, semi-finished goods and finished goods, you can go ahead and take the credit. Done, sir. This point is clear. Now, the next one over here. Sir, if I go ahead and take voluntary registration means, sir, you never become liable. Okay, one question which students go ahead and ask me at time, sir, what if I don't go ahead and apply within 30 days? If you don't apply for registration within 30 days, then you don't get your stock credit. Gone, Baba, gone. Stock credit is not there. New registration credit was only available if you go ahead and take registration within how many days? 30 days of becoming liable. If you don't take registration within 30 days of becoming liable, if you don't apply for registration from the date of becoming liable within 30 days, remember, if you applied after 30 days, registration granted and you will start charging GST. But sir, you will never get the credit of your stock. Stock ka credit is not given at all. Done, sir. This point is clear. Voluntary registration. Baba, voluntary registration ka case mein you never become liable. So what they are trying to say is, voluntarily if you go ahead and take registration, your registration certificate will be granted. There is no liability date. Voluntarily you took the registration. So from here you will go ahead and start charging GST 1 day prior to the date of grant. 1 day prior to the date of grant, whatever inputs are there in your stock, semi-finished goods, finished goods, whatever inputs are there, did you take the ITC earlier? No, sir. But now whatever is lying in your stock, semi-finished goods and finished goods, you can go ahead and take the ITC. The next one, so the date of grant say 1 day prior. Date of grant say 1 day prior. Okay, sir. Next, composition person became regular taxpayer. Everyone over here now. The next one, what they are trying to say is, one second. You were a composition dealer. Everyone listen to very carefully. Now you became normal registered person. You shifted to normal registered person. You came out of composition and you became normal registered person. So here what happened, when you were a composition dealer, you are not taking the ITC. Now you will start charging GST. Correct? So what they are going in and telling, the day you start paying tax under section number 9, composition is section number 10, normal person is section number 9. The day you start paying tax under section number 9, 1 day prior, whatever input is there in your stock, semi-finished goods and finished goods, you can go ahead and take the ITC 1 day prior to the day when you start paying tax under section number 9. Also remember one thing, capital goods ka credit also will be allowed, but it is reduced credit which is there. Reduced means, sir, if you had gone ahead and bought one capital goods over here, supposing you had paid 60,000 rupees ka GST, you have not taken the ITC earlier, sir, minus 5% you have to do for how many ever quarter is gone. So for an example, from here to here, it is 4 quarter. April, May, June, 1 quarter, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, Jan, Feb, March, 4 quarter, then reduce 5% into 4 quarter, 20% you have to reduce and remaining amount ka credit you will get. Remember, input in stock, semi-finished goods, finished goods, full credit you will get, but capital goods you will get reduced credit, which is from the date of purchase, you have to reduce 5%, 5%, 5%, 5%, how many ever quarters are gone and the balance credit you will get. Done, sir. This point is clear. The next one over here. So, sir, you will get the date from which you become liable to pay tax under section number 9. Here you are going to pay tax under section number 9 1 day prior. Whatever is your inputs and your capital goods, you will get the credit. Inputs ka full credit, capital goods ka reduced by 5%. Done, sir. This point is clear. Then, and here capital goods also is available, which I have told you 5% reduced. If your exempt supply, if you are already a registered person, you are doing exempt supply. Chalo, I'll go ahead and tell you like this. Sir, I was already a registered person and I was doing exempt supply. And I was already a registered person. But I was not taking the ITC of the exempt supplies. Whatever raw material I used to buy for my exempt supply, I was not taking the credit because my supplies were exempt. Input ka credit I will not get. Okay. Now what happened? I am already a registered person, but my exempt supply from this date, government made my exempt supply as taxable supply. It means I'll start charging the tax. I will tell the government when I'll start charging the tax. Here I was not taking the credit, but the day I start charging the tax, 1 day prior, whatever raw material are there in my stock, semi-finished goods and finished goods, or whatever capital goods are there, can I go ahead and take the reduced ITC, and can I take the full ITC for this? Government told yes, you can go ahead and take it. The day your supplies become taxable, from that day you will start charging the tax. 1 day prior, inputs ka credit also you will get and capital goods ka also credit you will get. Inputs ka full GST whichever you had paid during this period, you can go ahead and take the full GST which you had paid on your raw materials, and capital goods you can take whatever GST you had paid. You did not take the credit earlier, now you can take it, reduce 5%, 5%, 5%, 5% per quarter. I hope this point is clear to all of you. Yes, sir, this point is clear. The next one over here. So they are telling exempt supplies, if they become taxable supply, the date from which your supplies become taxable, 1 day prior ka stock ka credit you can take, and capital goods also you can go ahead and take the credit. But here they have told one point that, sir, whenever you are taking the credit, ITC minus 5% per quarter from the date of invoice you have to do in case of capital goods. Sir, how do I go ahead and take the credit? These credits which you are going in and telling, you can take full ITC and reduce the amount of ITC. How do I take it? You have to go online and file one form which is called GST ITC01. One form is there, GST ITC01, and you will get the credit. But if the amount is more than 2 lakh rupees which you are going in and asking for the credit, then it should be certified by a practicing chartered accountant or cost accountant. That's all has been told over here. I hope this point is clear to all of you. Give me 1 second, everyone. Now, Over here, one more point is there that no ITC of goods, services or both for which invoices are older than 1 year. Whenever you are taking the credit over here, whenever you are taking the credit of the inputs or capital goods, if the invoices are up to 1 year, then you will get the credit. If the invoices are older than 1 year, you will not get the credit, is what they are trying to say. Sir, no ITC of any goods, services or both, whether it is input, whether it is capital goods. If invoices are up to 1 year, you will get the credit. Sir, the day you are taking the credit, 1 year old invoices, you can take the credit. More than 1 year old, forget it, you will never get the credit. Done, sir. This point is clear. I want to go ahead and show you one question which has already come in the exam, which I like it. I will go ahead and quickly run through that question so that you guys can understand what we have gone ahead and learned in section number 18. I hope we will find 1 minute. Here. I'll just read out this question with you guys so that you guys can recall this point which I have told you. As per CGST Act, Vishnu has not required mandatory registration. However, it opted for voluntary registration and applied for registration on 12th and registration was granted on 24th. My question is, you applied and registration certificate was granted on 24th February. RC was granted. RC is valid from 24th. Can you tell me which day ka stock ka credit you take? If your registration is granted from 24th, voluntary registration, from this day it is valid. Which day ka stock ka credit can you take? Can you tell me, everyone? If 24th you are granted registration, voluntary registration, the registration certificate granted, from this day you will start charging GST. Which day ka stock ka credit can you take, everyone? Can you tell me, everyone? Sir, 1 day prior ka stock ka credit we can go ahead and take. Inputs ka credit we can go ahead and take. Yes, sir. So 1 day prior ka. Vishnu Limited is not engaged in making interstate outward supply. The CGST liability is 31,000 each. CGST and HGST is 31,000. Very good, very good. People who are telling 23rd. Vishnu provide the following information of the stock. People, tell me one thing. If it's a new registration, you get only inputs ka credit. If it is voluntary registration, you get only inputs ka credit. Input which are in a stock, semi-finished goods and finished goods, only input ka credit. Composition dealer became normal person. Exempt supply of a registered person became taxable supply. When you are already registered and now also you are registered. When you are already registered and now you are registered, you will get capital goods ka credit also. Correct? But in this case, it's a voluntary registration ka case and you will not get capital goods ka credit. New registration and voluntary registration. First time registration, you will only get which credit, everyone? You will only get the credit of the inputs which are there, not capital goods. And everyone over here now. Now the next one, listen. Capital goods being procured on 5th February 2024. Sir, 5th February. We are going in and talking about you will get the credit of the capital goods and inputs as on 23rd February. They are telling over here, they provided the following stock on 23rd. Sir, 5th February on capital goods was purchased on which GST was being paid is 6% each CGST and HGST. So sir, 2 lakh rupees ka goods, 6% CGST and 6% HGST means 12,000 rupees and 12,000 rupees is CGST and HGST. Can you tell me how much credit can I take? Capital goods was purchased on 6th of February and today on 23rd of February you are trying to take the credit. 6th February the capital goods was purchased. It is only some 10-20 days which have happened. Can you tell me how much credit can you go ahead and take? How much credit can you go ahead and take? Can you tell me, everyone? Sir, per quarter or part of the quarter you have to reduce by 5%. Per quarter or part of the quarter you have to reduce by 5%. So this 12,000 minus 5% you will have to go ahead and reduce for 1 quarter which is there. Per quarter you will have to go ahead and reduce. Very good. Students are telling, sir, capital goods, so you will not get the credit only. Very good, very good, very good, everyone. Capital goods, no credit. Very good. Sir, you started calculation. You think we don't understand. Capital goods, just now I told, credit will not be given. Very good. Inputs contained in finished goods stock procured on 13th February 2023. People, 1 minute. 23rd February, you are eligible to take the credit. They are telling 1 year prior, I have told you, up to 1 year prior, whatever invoices are there, you can go ahead and take the credit. Okay? Here, some goods were purchased on 13th February, means more than 1 year old. My question to all of you, will you get the credit of the inputs which are there over here? Inputs contained in finished goods. stock held and procured on 13th February 2023. You are talking about 23rd February 2024, and here it is 23rd February, 13th February, more than 1 year old. Sir, 13th February, 1 minute, 13th February, more than 1 year old. Will you get the credit? Yes or no? Sir, no ITC. Very good, very good. No ITC because invoices are older than 1 year. Value of input received on 10th October 2023 contained in semi-finished goods. People, tell me one thing. 2,50,000 ka goods you had received on 10th October 2023. 10th October means here you had gone ahead and received some inputs on which 2.5 lakh ka input. On this you had gone ahead and paid GST of 6% CGST and 2.5 lakh pay you had paid 6% HGST. Will you get the credit? Yes or no? People, we are talking on 23rd February. On 10th of October, you had gone ahead and bought some inputs on which you had paid 6% and 6%. Will you get the credit? Yes, sir. No problem at all. We will go ahead and get the credit because invoices up to 1 year old, yes, we will get the credit. And you will see over here in the third one, 2,50,000 pay, whatever the CGST and HGST, because these are relating to inputs which are received, you will get the credit. And see over here, third one, you will get the credit. Very good, everyone. The next one over here is inputs procured on 1st February. 1st February again, Baba, on 1st of February you have procured some inputs again, you will get the credit. Held in stock on semi-finished goods. Sir, 1,50,000, 7.5% each. Will you get the credit? Yes, Baba, it is within 1 year only and inputs ka credit is anyways allowed. Done, sir. The next one. Inputs procured on 8th February lying in stock in finished goods. People, inputs procured on 8th of February and it is lying in finished goods. Again, 60,000 rupees. It's an interstate supply. So you will get which credit? CGST, HGST or IGST? IGST ka credit you will get. Done, sir. Very good, people. Now the next one over here is you are required to determine the eligible ITC. Sir, the total ITC is over here. In the beginning, they had gone ahead and told you that output tax liability is 31,000 and 31,000. So write the output tax liability. Input tax credit, use it, and balance will be payable. I hope this point is clear to all of you. Remember one thing. In the first two scenario, we have already gone ahead and understood. In the new registration or voluntary registration, inputs ka credit you get, capital goods you don't get. But in the third and fourth, you get inputs also and capital goods also. Baba, I hope this point is clear to all of you. Section number 18.3, reading category, but I'll still go ahead and quickly tell. If I go ahead and transfer my business, everyone listen to me very carefully. If I go ahead and transfer my business, I can transfer my credit also. If I'm going ahead and transferring my business also, if I'm going ahead and transferring my business to someone, I can go ahead and transfer my credit also. If I want to transfer my credit, I have to go ahead and file GST ITC 01, GST ITC 02, and Baba, the credit will be transferred to the buyer. If I want to transfer my distinct person ko some credit, if I have gone ahead and taken separate registration for my district, two places of business are there in the same state, and I have taken separate place of business for my another branch, I have taken separate registration for my another branch, then they will become distinct person. Can I transfer the credit? In that scenario, I will go ahead and file ITC 02A. That's all, nothing other than this. Section number 18.3 is telling special circumstance when you can transfer the credit. Number one, if you sell the business to someone, you transfer the business to someone, you can transfer the credit. Just go online, file ITC 02. Or one more special circumstance, supposingly I have two places of business in the same state, I have taken two separate registration. Everyone, I have taken two separate registration over here. Then they are telling from one registration, can you transfer the credit to another registration? Yes, if you take separate registration for this person, you can transfer. But here you have to file ITC 02A and the credit can be transferred. Not very important, but just a reading category which you guys can read. Again, section number 18.4, I will say reading category for intermediate students. Sir, what is it talking about? Listen. When composition dealer becomes regular taxpayer, when composition person becomes regular taxpayer, you get the credit of the inputs and capital goods. When exempt supply becomes taxable supply, when exempt becomes taxable, now you'll start charging tax. So you will get the input tax rate of the inputs and capital goods both. What if it is ulta? Regular taxpayer became composition or taxable supply became exempt. Ulta, then ulta means you have to reverse. Ulta means reverse situation. If it is reverse situation, reverse the credit. Composition becoming regular, exempt supply becoming taxable, take the credit. When it is reverse, reverse the credit. So, sir, regular supplies which I was doing, taxable supplies, now became exempt. or I am a regular taxpayer. Now I became a composition dealer. Baba, whatever credits you have taken, please go ahead and reverse. Everyone here now. It says payment of ITC on switching to composition or your supply is becoming exempt. So if you are normal person, you became composition, or your taxable supplies became exempt supply, then you have to go ahead and reverse the credit. This is again a reading category. I will not get much into it, just for you guys to read at home. Okay, sir, done. Section number 18.6, I like it from intermediate level point of view. Please mark it and keep. They can go ahead and ask you. They can go ahead and ask you, everyone. Section number 18.6. Section number 18.6 is going ahead and telling that if you go ahead and sell your asset on which you are taking the ITC. So I went ahead and bought one asset on which I took the ITC. Later I went ahead and sold it. So on the selling price, the GST or the credit which I had taken minus 5% per quarter or part thereof. Balance, I have to go ahead and pay the tax to the government. Sir, can you please explain this with the help of an example? I like it, so I'll go ahead and do it for you guys once. See here, everyone. It says 24th August. Everyone, please concentrate. I like this. It can come in the exam. Everyone here. Messrs. Agarwal and Agarwal, a registered taxable person located in Bangalore, purchased one machine for 12,39,000 inclusive of GST from one of the supplier who is issued the invoice for the same date. So, can you tell me, sir, when did you purchase? I went ahead and purchased the machine on 25th of August. And 12 lakh, what is the value? 12,39,000 inclusive of GST, which is 18% GST. So, sir, can you tell me 12,39,000 includes 18% GST. So, how much is 18% over here? So, sir, 1,89,000. So 1,89,000 minus 12,39,000 is 10,50,000 is the value of the machine, and GST over here is 1,89,000. Done, sir. This point is clear. Now what happened? I went in and took the credit. Later I want to go ahead and sell the asset. Messrs. Agarwal put the machine on use and availed the credit also. Messrs. Agarwal and Agarwal used the machine in the process of taxable goods. However, Messrs. Agarwal sold the machine to Suresh of Andhra Pradesh on 20th August of the next year for 7,50,000. So 20th August next year he went ahead and sold it for 7.5 lakh. So 7.5 lakh. Number one, tax on transaction value you have to pay to the government into 18%. How much is 7,80,000 into 7,50,000? 7,50,000 into 18% is 1,35,000. Or you have to pay the reduced ITC which is there. Reduced ITC means 1,89,000 minus 5% per quarter. Can you tell me from here till here how many quarters, everyone? Can you tell me from 25th August of this year to the next year how many quarters it is? Can you tell me the number of quarters? I'm waiting for everyone to comment and tell me how many number of quarters over here. Can everyone tell me how many quarters over here? See, it is August, right? April, May, June, 1 quarter, leave it. Now this is August. So July, August, September. July, August, September. August and September is 1 quarter. Okay, everyone, it is. See, listen, everyone, in GST, quarter is always fixed. April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, Jan, Feb, March. Like this, quarter is always fixed. It will always start from April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December, Jan, Feb, March. This is the quarter. Okay. Now here, it is August, September, 1 quarter. July, August, September. August, September means 1 quarter. October, November, December, 2 quarter. Jan, Feb, March, 3 quarter. April, May, June, 4 quarter. July, August, again 1 more quarter. So it is 5 quarter. How many of you got it? 5. People who have gone ahead and told 5, it is very correct. I hope you guys understood. People who told me 6 or people who told 4, I hope this point is clear over here. Yes, sir, it is 5 quarter over here. So 25% gone. 1,89,000. 1,89,000 minus 5% will give you 179,550, which is there. Now you will have to pay whichever is higher. So here the tax which will come 1,89,000 minus 25%. It will be no what 5%, 25%. 141 750. So which is higher? Sir, 141, 750. You have to go ahead and pay the tax to the government. See everyone. 1,35,000 or 141, 750. Which is higher? 141, 750. I hope everybody understood this question. Yes, sir. We all got it. Let's go ahead. Everyone over here now. Listen. So, sir, whenever you are going in and selling capital goods or plant and machinery on which you are taken the ITC, reduced ITC, which is ITC taken minus 5% per quarter of part thereof, or the tax on transaction value, whichever is higher, you have to go ahead and pay it to the government. Proviso, where refractory bricks, mold, dies, zixers, Baba, all these bricks, refractory bricks, which you, molds which are there, or dies which are there, if any broken part of the mold is there, if any mold has been broken, it's useless for you now, you want to go ahead and sell it, then you don't have to calculate like this. Reduced amount of ITC or the tax on transaction value is not required. You can just go ahead and pay tax on the transaction value. You can just go ahead and pay it to the government. Done, sir. This point is clear. Now here, listen. Here, one point is there. They have gone ahead and given one small circular, not very important, just for you guys to read at home. Not very important. It says what? If I give any gift or sample, see, I bought calculator, I am giving calculator as gift. So, Baba, it will be a supply, I will get ITC. I bought raw material, converted into finished goods, gave finished goods as gift. Then in that scenario, it is not a supply. It is not permanent transfer of that asset on which I have taken the ITC. If it is not supply, ITC will be blocked. Done, sir. This point we had learned in supply chapter also. The next one, buy one, get one free. Sir, if I am giving buy one soap plus get one soap, Baba, remember one thing, buy one soap plus get one soap, if you are giving, it's a mixed supply. All the ITCs will be allowed to you, whether it is input service or capital goods. When it is buy one plus get one free, or it is buy one mobile, get one charger free, whatever raw materials you have gone and bought, all the credits will be allowed to you, whether it is input service or capital goods. The next is, sir, secondary discount. What do you mean by secondary discount? Secondary discount means I went in and sold you some goods. Later, 10 rupees plus GST, I went in and sold you some goods. Later, you could not sell the goods. So, I went in and told you, okay, fine, I'll give you 2 rupees ka discount. If I go ahead and give you a discount of 2 rupees later, that's a discount which was not known at the time of supply. Government will not return my GST over here. I will not go ahead and issue you a GST credit note. You don't have to reverse your credit. No impact on any input tax credit which is there of the supplier. There is no input tax credit pay any impact if you are going in and giving secondary discounts. Secondary discounts are those discounts which are not allowed to be reduced from your value, and hence there is no impact on the GST credits which is there of the supplier. Done, sir. This point is clear. Now here I want to go ahead and talk about one circular. This circular had come. It was applicable for a January exam also, and now it is applicable for your May exam also. Listen to me very carefully. What they have gone ahead and told in the circular, let's go ahead and understand. Circular on availment of ITC in respect of warranty replacement of parts and repairs. Sir, of parts and repairs and repair services during warranty period. So supposingly, I went ahead and sold one mobile phone, and later the customer came and told me that this mobile phone is not working. I went ahead and repaired it. In that scenario, sir, whatever parts I went ahead and replaced, whether I will get the ITC or not, relating to this circular is there. Let's go ahead and understand. It says whether manufacturer is required to reverse the ITC in respect of replacement of goods and its parts. For an example, I sold you one mobile phone. Later you came and told me, sir, this mobile phone is not working. I told what happened. There is some issue in the mobile phone. I opened the mobile phone. One part one issue is there. I replaced the part for you free of cost. You tell me one thing. Is the part which I have replaced free actually free? No, sir. When I sold you the mobile phone, no, I had already anticipated that people will come for replacement. People will have issue. So when I sell the original mobile phone to you, I would have already gone ahead and charged you extra. So when I gave you one part free of cost, it is not free of cost, and hence I will get the ITC. That is never given free of cost, and there will be no impact on the input tax credit of the manufacturer. Whatever part is being replaced free of cost, the manufacturer has not replaced anything free. It is just shown free, but actually when I sold you the mobile phone, I had already gone ahead and considered that tomorrow you might come for replacement, and hence I will get all the credit, no problem at all. Next. Manufacturer is not required to reverse any ITC in respect of replacement of its parts which has been done. Whether a distributor provides replacement on behalf of manufacturer, whether he is required to reverse any ITC. There can be four instances over here. So for an example, one manufacturer is there. One distributor is there. Manufacturer is telling the distributor, customer comes, please replace the part for the customer. You know what happened? In this scenario, they're telling, if distributor replaces part of the customer using his stock or by purchasing from third party and then charges the manufacturer. Everyone listen to me very carefully. Customer came to me, I am the distributor. Here is the manufacturer. Manufacturer told the distributor, hey, customer has come, please do something, repair the part which is there. I went to the market, bought the part, replaced it for the customer. Customer went off. We could not charge anything to the customer because he has come under warranty. I will tell the manufacturer, hey, for you, I went ahead and bought the parts from the market and I replaced it for the customer. Now, I will go ahead and give you a bill, you pay me the amount. So, I will go ahead and give the bill to the manufacturer. Manufacturer will pay the amount to me. When I give the bill to the manufacturer, I will charge GST to him. He can go ahead and take the ITC. No problem at all. GST is payable by the distributor over here. I bought the parts from the market, repaired the customer ka mobile phone. Later, I can't charge anything to the customer because he is under warranty. I charge the manufacturer. So, whatever the charges I take from the manufacturer, I will charge him GST, I will pay to the government and manufacturer can take the ITC. Done, sir. This point is clear. Customer came, he told mobile is not working, one part has to be replaced. I called the manufacturer, I told customer has come, please send one part. He sent the part, I went ahead and replaced it for the customer. Customer went off happy over here. So in this scenario, when I am not gone ahead and charge the customer, there is no GST which is payable by me. Done, sir. This point is clear. So it says over here, if manufacturer provides part for replacement under warranty, no GST is payable. He gave me the part, I replaced it for the customer, customer went off. And I will not charge him anything also because he has given the part, I have just replaced it and I have sent. If for the servicing I go ahead and charge anything, saying part I replaced for the customer on your behalf, for servicing I want 100 rupees, that way GST will come. But we are not talking about servicing, we are talking about the parts over here. He gave me the parts, I replaced the part for the customer. Customer went off happy over here. Part he gave me, I replaced it. Customer went off happy. I did not go ahead and charge anything to the manufacturer. Remember, there is no GST which is payable. Further, no reversal is required to be made by the manufacturer. So, manufacturer had given the parts free of cost. Baba, there is nothing free in the world. Manufacturer had given it to me to put it for the customer. The customer actually is of the manufacturer, right? So, manufacturer gave the parts for the customer. Baba, nothing is free. When the manufacturer initially fixed the price of the goods, he had already considered that tomorrow one customer can come for replacement and hence manufacturer will get the credit of the parts which is there. The next. You know what happened? Manufacturer had sent me 10 parts already. I had bought some goods from him. He had already given me a tax invoice. Customer came, I replaced one part for him. If I replaced one part for him, what I can do now? Sir, 9 items are remaining. One item I'll tell manufacturer. What to do? Manufacturer will tell, I have already given you a tax invoice for 10 items. Out of that you gave to the customer, no problem. I will give you a credit note. I will return your GST and government will return the GST to the manufacturer. So manufacturer already sold me 10 items. Out of the 10 item, one part I replaced for the customer. One item I give it to the customer. Then I have only 9 items, but invoice manufacturer had given me for 10 items which are there. Here, charge me GST on 10 items. No problem. Tell him to go ahead and give you one credit note. Your input tax rate will come down. And his liability to pay to the government, basically his liability also will come down because he had initially already paid for 10 items, but he had to pay only for 9 items because he had sold me only 9 items. And in this scenario, 1 item ka credit will be given back by the government to the manufacturer. That's what they are telling. If distributor replaces the part to the customer from the supply already received, the manufacturer may issue a credit note and adjust his liability. Manufacturer will adjust his liability subject to the condition that distributor reverses the ITC against the part so replaced. So what happened? Manufacturer had already sold me 10 items. For 10 items, he had already given me an invoice. I had already taken the credit. Customer came, I replaced one part for him. Now I told the manufacturer what to do. Manufacturer told, I'll give you a credit note. You reverse the credit. I will also adjust my liability. Means I had already paid GST for 10 items, but one item now has gone to the customer free of cost. So for that, I don't have to pay any GST. And that credit, government will return to the manufacturer. His liability will be adjusted. I went ahead and replaced 10 items. May say 10 items I had already received from the manufacturer. Out of that, one item I gave it to the customer. I called the manufacturer. Manufacturer told, hey, credit note and all, I'll not issue. I'll send you one more item. 10 items I had already purchased from the manufacturer. Customer came, I gave one item to the manufacturer, one item to the customer. Customer went off. Happy. I did not charge. I told the manufacturer, hey, manufacturer, because your customer came, I gave him one item. What to do? Manufacturer send me another item by delivery challan. No problem at all. Let him send me by delivery challan. In this scenario, credit note, etc. is not required. If distributor replaces the part, I am the distributor, I pay for the customer. Form supply already received. Manufacturer then provides replacement through delivery challan. No GST is payable, no reversal, etc. is required, nothing. 10 items say one part I replaced. He sent me one more part, store you one, no problem at all. Then, sir, if distributor provides free warranty to customer but charges the manufacturer, you tell me one thing. Manufacturer was sending me parts, I was replacing. For all this replacement, repair and maintenance which I did, I will not charge to the customer. But for doing all this repair, maintenance, replacement for the customer on behalf of the manufacturer, if distributor charges anything to the manufacturer, is it a supply? They told yes. Supply of service and GST would be payable by distributor, and manufacturer can go ahead and take the ITC. If I give a bill to the manufacturer, whatever GST I will charge him, he can go ahead and take the credit. So what happened over here? I was being given parts to replace. I replaced it, everything done. But I called the manufacturer. I told, see, this all replacements, etc., which I am doing, I am not doing free. I will give you a bill. If you give a bill to him and charge GST, you can collect the GST from him and pay it to the government. That's all. And he will be able to take the input tax credit. Were you guys able to recall this circular which we had already gone ahead and studied in the class, everyone? Are you able to recall the circular, everyone? Can we go ahead? Are you all able to recall the circular which we had gone ahead and already understood in the class? Yes, sir. This part is clear. Now listen. Linking to this circular, same type of circular. See, here they are talking about ITC part everywhere. Here they are talking about input tax credit. But, sir, what you have gone ahead and done for the customer, what you have done for the manufacturer, is it a supply or not a supply? For the supply part, we will all have to go ahead and connect to the chapter of supply. Everyone over here, this is also connected to the chapter of supply. Please come to the chapter of supply, everyone. I will go ahead and connect it with the circular in the chapter of supply, everyone. See here. In supply chapter, they say whether what you have done is supply or not. In ITC chapter, they say about the input tax credit availment. Done, sir. Listen. GST on warranty replacement of parts and repair services during warranty. ठीक है. Manufacturer provides the warranty directly to the customer, or distributor does on behalf of manufacturer. 1 minute. Customer came, he told my mixer grinder is not working. Manufacturer went ahead and did the repair and warranty, or manufacturer told the distributor and distributor does. So it says manufacturer provides directly or distributor does the repair and maintenance services basically on behalf of the manufacturer. Remember, sir, if I go ahead, supposingly, manufacturer did directly the repair and maintenance service, or I went ahead and did the repair and maintenance services. Why do we do the repair and maintenance service? Because when you sold, he had already considered that tomorrow he will come for repair. So let us today only charge him instead of 10,000. Basically what happens, no, the companies which go ahead and sell you item. For example, one mixer grinder is sold to you, might be it's a 500 rupees item, but they generally go ahead and sell you to at 700 because they know tomorrow if you come for repair, we'll have to go ahead and do the repair. So you tell me one thing, if I am going ahead, I am the manufacturer, you came to me, you told me your mixer grinder is not working, I went ahead and repaired it for you free of cost. So in this scenario, if I did not go ahead and charge you anything, because originally when I had sold, I had already gone ahead and considered this part and I charged you more only. And I have already paid the GST on this. So later if I go ahead and do any repair and maintenance and I don't go ahead and charge you, is it actually free? No sir, you had already charged him. So now when I am not going ahead and charging you anything, I don't have to pay any GST, etc. It says the value of original supply of goods by the manufacturer to the customer likely includes the cost of replacement, repair services to be incurred. If it was done without charging anything, no GST is payable. But if now when you came for repair, I told you have to pay 10% of the expense. This much amount you have to pay. If you charge the customer, then Baba, repair or replacement ke liye, if you charge, then GST will be payable. Whether manufacturer gives the repair and maintenance service to the customer or distributor on behalf of manufacturer does the repair and maintenance for the customer. If we don't charge anything, no GST payable. If we charge, then whatever amount we charge, we have to collect the GST and give it to the government. Next, is there any supply between distributor and manufacturer where distributor provides replacement of parts to customer on behalf of manufacturer. Customer came to me and told my mixer grinder is not working. I went ahead and told the distributor what to do. Distributor told Ramesh, buy the part from the market, replace it for the customer, send the customer home. I went ahead and bought the parts from the market. I went ahead and replaced the part for the customer. Repair done. Customer went home. We did not charge anything to the customer. In this scenario, me being the distributor, I'll tell the manufacturer, hey, for you, I went to the market, bought the items and I did the repair on your behalf for the customer. I will go ahead and charge you 10,000 rupees plus GST. If the distributor charges the manufacturer, is there a supply? Yes. If distributor replaces the part to the customer using his stock or by purchasing from third party and he is charging the manufacturer, then GST is payable by the distributor. He will charge the manufacturer and he will pay the GST to the government. Done, sir. If manufacturer provides part to the distributor for replacement under warranty, so I went ahead and told, one customer came, he told his mixer grinder is not working. I told the manufacturer what to do. Manufacturer sent me one part, I replaced it for the customer, customer went home. In this scenario, I did not go ahead and charge anything to the manufacturer. If I charge any amount, might be, I told manufacturer, for the service, I want 500 rupees. If I charge, then GST will be payable. If I don't charge, there is no GST payable. Next. So here they are telling no GST is payable. Okay. If distributor replaces part or from supply already received, might be 10 items I had already purchased from the manufacturer and kept with me for selling. Customer came, I gave one part, one item, I gave it to the customer. I told, okay, your mixer grinder is completely gone. I will replace the mixer grinder. I replaced the mixer grinder for him. I told the manufacturer, hey, on your behalf, the customer had come. I replaced the full item for him. What to do? The manufacturer will tell, we had already given you an invoice for 10 items. We'll do one thing. We'll give you a credit note. We'll return your amount. We'll return your GST for one item. And distributor, he will issue a credit note. Distributor will reverse his credit and manufacturer, he will take the GST back from the government for one item. They have gone ahead and told manufacturer may issue credit note and adjust his liability. There is no supply, etc. Now, customer came, one item I replaced for the customer. Full item only I replaced. I already had bought 10 items from the manufacturer. Customer came, I gave him one new Apple pencil, he went off. I am distributor of Apple items. Customer came, I gave him one full Apple pencil only new. I had bought 10 items from the manufacturer. One item I gave it to the customer. Manufacturer sends me with a delivery challan, one more item and he says you keep it now. 10 ka item ko already invoice was given, that was already a supply. I replaced one item for the customer. So manufacturer went ahead and gave me one more item. It says, if distributor replaces the part from the supply already received, manufacturer then provides replacement to delivery challan without any consideration, then there is no GST which is payable. Done, sir. This point is clear because it just gave me the part as a replacement. The next one over here, tell me one thing. Whatever I did for the customer, in all this above we have learned, I went ahead and did the work for the manufacturer, for the customer I did the work on behalf of the manufacturer. In this scenario, for all the work which I did, if I charge any service charges from the manufacturer, will it be a supply? My question to all of you, if I charge any service charges to the manufacturer, I am the distributor, whatever work I have done on behalf of the manufacturer, I charge some service charges to the manufacturer. Will GST be payable? Is it a supply by the distributor to the manufacturer? Yes, sir. If distributor provides free warranty to customer but charges the manufacturer, it's a supply of service and GST will be payable by the distributor. I have to collect the GST and I have to pay the GST to the government. Done, sir. Extended warranty. What do you mean by extended warranty? For an example, I sold one mobile phone. 10,000 rupees. Customer ko I told you want extended warranty of 1 year. He told yes sir, 2,000 rupees for the extended warranty. 10,000 plus 2,000. I charge the customer 10,000 rupees plus 2,000 rupees for the extended warranty. If I sold the mobile phone and I also sold the extended warranty, 12,000 rupees total amount, it will be taxable at the rate of principal supply over here. There is no problem at all. I sold the mobile phone, I sold extended warranty. It's a composite supply, taxable at the rate of principal supply. Done, sir. If goods supplied along with, extended warranty is supplied along with the goods, it is taxable at the rate of principal supply. Extended warranty taxable at the rate of principal supply. I sold you one mobile phone. You did not take the extended warranty from me. You went to another shop or you went to the manufacturer. I sold you an Apple ka mobile phone. You did not take the extended warranty from me. You went to apple.com or you went to Apple ka store and you took the extended warranty from them. Two separate people supplying. I gave you goods. You went to Apple ka store and you took the extended warranty. In this scenario, I will charge you GST at the rate of goods, and when you go to the Apple center, they will go ahead and charge you GST at the rate of service on the extended warranty there. It is not a composite supply, separate supply by separate people. I sold you the mobile phone today. 1 year was going to expire. Later, you came to me when 1 year was about to expire. That, sir, I want extended warranty. In this scenario, when I sold you the mobile phone, that was only supply of mobile phone. GST rate at the rate of mobile phone will come. Later, when I went ahead and sold you the extended warranty, whatever is the rate of GST on the extended warranty, that will be charged. I hope this point is clear. If I sold mobile plus extended warranty together, composite supply. I sold mobile phone first, a later extended warranty, it's a separate supply. I sold the mobile phone, extended warranty you bought from someone else, it's a separate supply. If supplied by different person, extended warranty is given by different person from the original supplier or supplied any time after the original supply was already done, it's a separate supply of service and accordingly the GST will be payable. It's not a composite supply. Done, sir. This point is clear. This was one circular which I told you we will learn after we have learned the ITC chapter. Now listen to me very carefully. Here we are done with our chapter of input tax credit. Listen to me very carefully, everyone. In your input tax credit, listen, today at home. Now, I'm not going ahead and taking payment of taxes ka chapter because I believe if I go ahead and take the payment of taxes ka chapter now, you will get confused because ITC as a chapter is already very heavy on you, right, everyone? I know ITC as a chapter, students find it little heavy. So I'll do one thing, everyone. I'll go ahead and close my class over here. Tomorrow we'll have the last class. Tomorrow I'll go ahead and complete all the payment, TDS, TCS, whichever chapters are there. Remaining chapters we'll close it tomorrow. Now I want you guys to do today one thing at home. Listen. Section number 16, which I have taught you. Section number 17, block credit, which I have taught you. And section number 18, which we have just now discussed. I want you guys to see the revision again. Today you should see the revision again. What I have gone ahead and told you now, I want you guys to repeat for the next 2 hours, repeat and listen to me again. Only then things will settle down. If you have already studied with me in class, then you have revised, you might go ahead and recall it. You can just solve the question answers from your book, pick up your book, solve question answers and you're done. People who have studied ITC now only or who have not studied earlier properly and now you are studying, you have to watch the revision again today. After you are done watching the revision, you have to solve some question answers and then only you will be able to do it in the exam. I hope this point is clear to all of you. We'll do one thing, everyone. I'll go ahead and close my revision over here. Today at home, you will be practicing ITC ka chapter completely. Question answers you will be doing, some question answers you will be doing, and you will be revising it again. Done, everyone? Is this point clear to all? In the next class, I'll go ahead and do the chapter of payment of tax. Very, very important chapter. I don't want that now you go ahead and revise and you get confused in the payment of taxes ka chapter. We'll go ahead and revise the chapter of payment of taxes in the next class, everyone. Tomorrow will be the last class of the revision when we'll go ahead and discuss payment of taxes. Done, everyone? Done, sir. So now do one thing. Now do one thing, sir. Everyone, listen. You must revise this chapter again and you must solve question answers before you come for tomorrow's class. Okay, tomorrow same timing, 7:30 to 1. We'll go ahead and revise the remaining part which is there. But I want you guys to listen to the revision again. Have a doubt, you have to tell me tomorrow when I start the class. Whatever is your doubt, you have to go ahead and tell me tomorrow before I go ahead and start the class so that I can go ahead and help you guys with whatever doubts you have. But today, you have to see the revision again. Have a doubt, you have to tell me tomorrow. Please practice question answers without fail. Please practice question answers from ITC without fail. You have to do question answers, everyone. Okay? Baba, where is this Vamsi? He had a lot of questions. Where are you, Vamsi? Now all your questions quickly tell. People watching at the Academica channel, people over here, any doubts, please tell me. If no doubts, have a great day. Please practice question answers. Don't leave this chapter now. People who will leave this chapter without studying again today, gone, Baba, gone. You have to study this again today. Okay. Bye, everyone. Have a great day. Okay. Bye, 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 everyone.